Okay, so where did we get to last time? So last time we started case 3 of Ace Attorney Investigations 2. It's a pretty cool case. So we have so this won't have all my evidence, unfortunately. I'll explain why. So there's this cooking show called Piece of Cake, hosted by Jeff Masters and Catherine Hall. Now Jeff Masters also hosts a he's regarded as the world's greatest pastry chef, and he holds this contest where the artists have to make, I'm gonna lower this a tiny bit so you can hear me, where the artists make these really decorative like sculptures and dessert, and people vote on who the best one is and stuff like that. And he was hosting the finals of this contest. It was like 4 different people. And during the contest, during the finals, a body was discovered inside one of Jeff's desserts. So this is Jeffrey Masters. He was, sentenced, or he was the suspect, and so he was arrested, and Edgeworth's dad, because this case is taking place 18 years ago, Edgeworth's dad was assigned to defend him. And the prosecutor is Manfred von Karma, who we know all too well. And this case is regarded as the IS-7 incident. It was Gregory's... This isn't... Hello? That's not Ace Attorney. I mean, it's a fantastic song, but it's not Ace Attorney. What was I saying? Yeah, so it was Edgeworth's dad's last case. It's regarded as the IS-7 incident. And the reason why we're doing this story is Ray wants to... Ray in the future, Raymond Shields, he was Gregory's assistant during this case. And he wanted to tell Edgeworth the truth, but we don't know exactly what the truth is. That's what he's explaining, and that's why he's explaining the case to us. So right now we were in the past, playing as Gregory, finding out, trying to prove Jeff innocent. So Catherine was also there. She was Jeff's assistant and housekeeper. She was the person who found the body. So she found the body in Jeff's room. It's a shame I don't have the map of the contest hall area where it was found. There were 3 other contestants. So you have Jeff himself. You also had Isaac Dover, and he was the murder victim. He was found dead inside Jeff's dessert. This is where the body was discovered. You have this guy, Dane Gustavia. He's another one of the contestants. His specialty is candy. And then you also have this lady, Delicia Scones, and she is the one who's the most suspect, because she got into the contest finals, but she doesn't really have any knowledge of cooking. That's one thing that we found out. So she's some kind of spy. She says that she's here because she just wants to taste desserts, but there must be more to it than that. She's actually a pharmacist. So those are the 4 contestants. Then you have Catherine herself. Yeah, you know Von Karma, he's the prosecutor. Bad is the lead investigator on everything, and then you have young Raymond. Now as we know, Von Karma has a perfect track record up until Phoenix blows that out of the water. So we know that Von Karma wins the case, and the reason why he won that case is because some of the evidence melted. So Isaac Dover's sculptures melted, and we didn't get to investigate that room properly, or Gregory didn't get to investigate that room properly. And so we missed out critical pieces of evidence. So yeah, that's mostly everything that happened in the past. Now in jumping back to the present, Edgeworth and Ray are at the same contestant hall that was there 18 years ago, which is now turned into a museum. And so we start looking around the museum, and the reason why Ray brought Edgeworth, so Miles Edgeworth, to that museum was to look at the sculptures, because somebody had replicated the sculptures from 18 years ago in the contest, Isaac Dover's. somebody had replicated them, and we wanted to look at them. So we went into the room and we looked at them, and then when we came out, we found Larry, he was screaming because he saw something in one of the other rooms, and Gustavia, older Gustavia, 18 years in the future, had been found passed out on the floor because he had breathed in toxin gas that was coming out of the room. And then Larry painted this wonderful drawing of one of the statues crying blood. It was quite hectic. So we know that some mystery is happening in the future too, and it's based on the statues, but we don't know too much about it. I've tried to piece together a few different things. We have a little bit of suspicion on Catherine, because Catherine's still alive in the future, and she's still free. Jeff was arrested, but we don't know too much about what's happening in the future. And then while we try to press Larry for information, and we talk to Alicia, who's also there at the museum in the future, and we know that she definitely had parts of the ingredient off the gas. We still don't know exactly how she's involved. And while we're trying to figure all of that, suddenly we find a body in the fountain in the main hall, and then we cut back to the past because Ray hasn't finished telling us information. And so that's where we are right now. We're in the past. Gregory is investigating more about Catherine's involvement in terms of how well she knew the victim. And it turns out that the victim, Isaac Dover, is this hotshot sculptor who was posing as a dessert specialist. And so she was a little bit more involved in the case, and she was the one who actually melted the statues, we find out. But we're not entirely sure what her true involvement is. She's really suspicious of someone in the future because she's someone who had access to the museum. So we're still kind of trying to figure out what's happening overall in the case. It's quite a mishmash of things, and we can connect a few things, but we don't know the overall thing that's happening here. We don't know who the body is in the future. We're just trying to figure out at the moment Kate's involvement. So I know that was a lot to take in. Let me know if you have any questions. It's good for me to go through everything. And yeah, I guess we'll keep going. Right, let's pause this. And let's do it. So, Christmas Day, 10 AM. Next day, we're in the detention center. Huh? What are you doing here, Kate? This is 18 years ago. Ah, Monsieur Shields and Monsieur Edgeworth. Allow me to apologize once again for all the trouble I caused you yesterday. Miss Hall looks a bit tired. Has Von Karma finished interrogating you? Yes. Aside from what happened to the ice sculptures, I was not at fault for anything else. Are you also here to meet with Master Chef, Kate? Yes. I'm worried about how he's holding up. Oh, it's Bad. Hello. Detective Bad. Why are you here? I just happened to be here. I'll be heading to the crime scene soon. I don't think this is a place that people happen to be, though. Oh my god! His hair's turned grey! Is he okay? Hello? Master Jeff? What happened to you? Oh no, Monsieur Master! Why do you look so poor? I didn't get much sleep last night. The tribulation known as questioning was rather harsh. What did Von Karma do to you? I'm just a little exhausted. They didn't let you sleep? Even for an interrogation? That's going too far, Detective Bad! The detective in charge of the initial investigation was also in charge of the interrogation. They did, Chili, I agree. I don't like Von Karma's methods, but this was all I could do. He was the one who brought me here. It seems I was supposed to be interrogated for a little bit longer, though. Seems that Detective Bad is looking out for Mr. Master in his own way. Yeah, we're still in the past at the moment. We're kind of jumping back and forth between the two. So, shall we inform Mr. Master about what happened yesterday, Raymond? Oh, Ninja Gaiden? Cool. I've never played any of the Ninja Gaiden games. Yes, sir. I got all my memos right here. Mr. Master, we would like to inform you about yesterday's investigation. Yes. Thank you very much. Please go ahead. Master Jeff, it's almost like your spirit's gone. Ah, my sugar levels are low, so I might not seem like my usual energetic self. Monsieur Master! Do we have anything that we can give his spirit and his glucose? Don't we have those sweets? We do! The chocolates made by Miss Hall. Very sweet and quite misshapen. Here you go. Eat some food, dude. Oh, those chocolates. Are you giving them to me? Ah, those chocolates are... If possible, I would like to give them to you immediately. But it's against the rules to give anything to the suspects in the detention center. I see. Regrettably, if those are the rules, then there's nothing we can do about it. Dad, let him eat. You're eating. Are you sure there's no way we can give them to him? Detective Bath. Looks like he noticed what we're trying to ask of him. I'll inspect the chocolates, and if there are no problems, I'll think about it. Detective Bath. Thank you very much. Alright. I knew we could count on you, Detective Bad. I am truly in your debt. Wait right here. Take it. Thank you very much. Not a word to anyone else. It would cause problems for me later. Yes, of course. I apologize for making you go through so much trouble. Now, I shall partake in eating these delicious delights at once. I'm sorry for asking you to do something so dangerous, Detective Bad. I only did what I wanted to do. Hee hee hee. Why can't you just be honest here, Detective? Oh, how sweet. It's like I've come back to life. Oh, did Kid make these chocolates? I wanted to see his hair just turn back black. Yes, sir, I did. How did it taste? Is he about to sing? Melts in your mouth, not in your hand. Sweet chocolates melting in my mouth. So sweet, so divine. Thank you for the tasty treat. Ho ho! They're a bit misshapen, but so sweet and delicious. Thank you. I'm so glad that you enjoyed it. And above all, it helped you regain your spirit. Thank you for your concern. The food they serve here has been absolutely tasteless, and combined with the lack of sleep, I was thoroughly exhausted. Is the food here that bad? Just salt beef and stew, your average prison fare. That is odd. I really could not taste anything. You couldn't taste anything? Whatever. I'm about to head out to the crime scene. Please wait, Detective Bad. Can you give us any new information? Yeah. I think I can. We've identified the victim. Just as you said, Isaac Dover was a sculptor who worked in France. It seems he went by the name Pierre Hoquet. Isaac Dover was Pierre Hoquet? How could that be? Monsieur Pierre Hoquet. So Pierre Hoquet wasn't actually French, huh? Alright, eating his notes. Which is likely why he never showed himself in public while he worked under that name. The Zodiac sculptures. They were his masterpiece, it seems. Although, they will remain forever unfinished. It's kind of hurting my neck. Unfinished? Even though they were his masterpieces? It seems he worked on them. By season. Once he finished the remaining winter constellations, his work would be done. Huh? The winter constellations are Taurus and Gemini, right? So those ice sculptures were his final pieces. It is heartbreaking that they melted. I cannot apologize enough. Ah, no, I wasn't blaming you or anything. Also, Dover was infamous for being greedy. He would charge hundreds of thousands just to make a single sculpture. It seems like he always had money troubles. The murder might be related to that, but it's still under investigation. So he had money problems even though he was a famous artist? Do you know why he entered this dessert contest? Not yet. He kept it a secret, even from his family. Interesting. So he had Isaac Dover had money troubles. I see. It's time. I'm bringing in the replacement guard. I can't hang around here any longer than I have. Yes, I understand. Let's meet again later. That detective is a kind soul, indeed. He never strays from his own beliefs. He truly has a strong will. But he's pretty scary when you first meet him. I see. Could you tell me everything that happened yesterday? Of course. Allow me to give you a report of our investigation. Well, recap. So this is what happened. Oh, okay. No recap. Get it off screen. I am sorry for the trouble Kate has caused you. I am truly very sorry. You have no need to worry, so long as you have told the truth, Miss Hall. Mr. Master, would you mind if I ask you a few questions as well? Yes, I shall divulge all that I know. Okay. Please tell us about the other 3 contestants in the final round of your contest. Let's see. Miss Delicious's desserts had a fantastic design. However, she broke the rules, so I could not recognize her as the winner. Okay, makes sense. Up until the semi-finals, Mr. Gustavia's flavors and design were to my liking. Unfortunately, both the taste and appearance of his final entry left much to be desired. I never saw his. And there was something strange about his desserts in the semi-finals. Something strange? Both Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's desserts had the exact same taste. Oh, interesting. They had different designs, but in terms of taste, it was like eating the same thing. Sounds like Gusto. This is motive for why sculptures will want to be same in the future, maybe. Just trying to think. If he replicated, I'm trying to remember which one Gustavia's room was. I think it's the second one. But if he was stealing Isaac's desserts, that's interesting. I don't know how it all ties together, but it's interesting. What do they look like? Oh, there should be a picture of them at my mansion. I need to see that. Please allow me to show you later. Certainly. Thank you very much. And then there was Mr. Dover's sherbet sculptures. Oh, they were absolutely heavenly. Did you have a chance to taste his creations? If I can recall correctly, his body was discovered in the middle of judging. Yes, but I was not informed of this until after the judging had finished. Since he was not present in the room, I helped myself to a piece of his edible lyre. It was fantastically delicious. I thought it was supposed to be salty, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I'm trying to think about if things could have been swapped. Wait a moment, please. Did you say the liar was delicious? Could you please give us a little more detail about that? Yes, please. You ate the lyre from the sculpture in Mr. Dover's room, correct? Yes, the one that was in the same glass case as the Gemini sculpture. Please have a look at this picture, Mr. Master. Did you eat from this lyre that's missing the strings? Yes, but the lyre originally had strings. However, I ate them all, resulting in what you see here in this picture. So the strings on the lyre were missing because he ate them. Oh, maybe he's gonna bring it up himself. I thought I'd have to present something. Actually, Delicia ate part of the same lyre that you did. However, she said it was salty. So salty that she could not eat it. You don't say. That means there might be a problem with my sense of taste after all. A problem with your sense of taste? How so? Remon Kuro, but he's been silly. Yeah, I'll do it in a sec. There is a taste disorder called hypogeusia? Gozia? I don't know. In which you lose the ability to taste salt. Interesting. Okay. Perhaps I have contracted this illness. I just never realized it since I eat nothing but sweets. However, I now know with certainty. So that's why you couldn't tell what the food they served here tasted like. No! For a pastry chef to lose their sense of taste is fatal! Even if there is treatment for taste impairment, there isn't a cure for it yet. But it's probably best that you can let the police know, so you can receive a medical examination. No, that won't be necessary. There is a recipe in my mansion specifically for making the cure. A recipe for a drug that will cure your taste impairment? What? Welcome back, Cecile. SA2 was good, had fun, had a blast. Finished in like 9:32. Hypogeusia, okay. Oh, Guzia. Yes. Please look for it later when you return to the mansion. Monsieur Master, but that means revealing the... Kate, you should no longer conceal it from Mr. Gregory. How you can join the Discord? Exclamation mark Discord. It's as easy as that. You could also connect to it through your connections tab if you're subbed. Once your Twitch account is linked to your Discord as well. Yes, sir. I understand if that is your wish. A recipe for a special drug? Just what are they hiding? Well then, I must be returning to the mansion now. So I will take my leave. Yes, we will be heading there later as well. Kate. What is it, Monsieur Master? You should not live for my sake. You should reconsider your lifestyle, so that you can live by yourself, even if I were no longer around. No, don't say things like that. Oh no. I simply cannot live without you, Monsieur Master. I promise to wait for you until you return. Excuse me. It can't be her in the future, right? Unless she's getting revenge. But it can't be her in the past. There's no way it's her. Ah, Kate! Catherine. Master Jeff, Kate was crying. Why did you say something so cruel? I am worried about her. Catherine always puts me before herself. What do you mean? She collected Pierre Hoquet's works and made sweets. All to make me happy, nothing more. That is the only reason she does anything. She always puts aside her own preferences and things that she wants to do herself. I want Catherine to choose to live her own life. I do not want her to waste her valuable life because of me. It's so... He thinks of Miss Hall as his own daughter, and he would want his children to choose their own path in life. And a parent would do anything to protect their own children. That feeling, I also know it well. Aww. Well, that should do it for the questions. We must return to the scene of the crime. Ah, is it already time to leave, I see? So will my tribulations of questioning resume? We should take measures against their interrogations from our side as well. Can you ask the police about that? I can, but I have other ways in mind as well. When the time comes. Oh, you are a dependable man. I shall be counting on you. Master Jeff, we'll come here every day with reports of our progress. And we'll bring cake too. Yes, thank you very much. I shall be looking forward to it. Mr. Master, know that the police will be attempting to get you to confess. I am sorry to ask an innocent soul like yourself to bear with these painful experiences. But please hold on for now. If you confess, I am positive that Von Karma will use that to his advantage, and that will make helping you all that much more difficult. I understand. I shall do that my best. If you believe in me until the bitter end, I will definitely get you out of here. Plans against his interrogations. Gregory said that he will promise Master his freedom. But I don't know. Let's see what happens. 11 in the morning, next day. After the murder. Detective Bad, thank you for helping us earlier. Yes, thank you. Thanks for what? Ah ha ha! There's no need to be shy about it. Enough about that, I suppose. You intend to investigate today too? Of course. We still need more information to prove Mr. Master's innocence. I'm sorry, but apart from this patio, you're not allowed to investigate anywhere else. What? So you're saying we can't investigate? What? I'm guessing this is Von Karma's doing. Yeah. Von Karma's a bit on edge at the moment. He still hasn't received the autopsy report. I would be on edge too. Moreover, the only ones in this mansion are Miss Hall and the police. And so don't get your hopes up on speaking with the people connected to this case. Von Karma's being completely unreasonable. He's gone too far. Detective Bad, what do you intend to do? I promise. I'll do anything I can to assist you. You have my thanks. We won't let any of Von Karma's dirty tricks get the best of us. Detective Bad, is it alright if we investigate the fountain patio? Yes, but we've already finished checking everything except for the fountain. That's fine. As long as there's still something, I shall continue investigating. Welcome back, Kondo. Alright, more investigations, this time on the patio. Interesting. Oh, okay, my bad. Push him out of the way. Let's put this guy. These angel statues look like they're eating chocolate fondue. It would seem these angel statues are also Pierre Hoquet's works. Interesting. As expected, they're very well made. Looks just like the real thing. So you've seen a real angel before, Detective Bad? Defense attorneys, always the first to find fault with everything. Perhaps that was wrong with me. Wait, that's not what I meant to talk to. I meant to talk to this guy. What are you investigating exactly? Sir, I'm testing the water in the fountain for foreign matter, sir. Have you found anything? It seems there's both chocolate and sherbet mixed in with the fountain water. Oh. It matches the chocolate from Jeff Master's room. And the sherbet that melted in Isaac Dover's room. They all share the same composition. The fountain water circulates through the streams that flow from each of the 4 rooms. Perhaps the melted sherbet flowed into the fountain. Also, someone's blood was detected as well. What are you saying? How could there have been so blood, sherbet, and chocolate? How could there have been blood in the fountain? Detective Bad, please think back to our investigation of the crime scene. Oh, the chocolate here, which had blood on it, was probably put into the water. The water, and that probably just leads straight to the river. Sherbet, you heard me. I see, okay. So maybe someone did that to dispose of the blood for some reason. Just curious. I definitely didn't get any reports about the bloodstain being cleaned up. The blood disappeared from the crime scene. Also, part of the treasure. Chest was missing too. Perhaps the blood in the fountain belonged to this person. Oh my god, I blanked. It's his blood. It's the victim's blood. Because it was taken from the crime scene. Take that! The victim. Let's run a comparison with the blood on the murder weapon. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Dover's. Wonder why the criminal spilled the victim's blood into the fountain. That's a good question. Okay. I think I saw Kate. Oops, no. Sorry, I don't want to talk to you. I think I saw Kate over here. Hello. Miss Hall. I've come to investigate today. Okay, hoodie. Ah, Monsieur Edgeworth. I apologize for my disgraceful behavior earlier. You're fine. Kate, she still looks a bit down. That's dark already. Like, what Master said earlier must have been a real shock to her. I've prepared the photo I took of the desserts during the semi-finals. Please, take a look. Oh. These are really pretty. There's quite the resemblance between Isaac's and Gustavia's. I do have to say. I need a magnifying glass for this one. Sorry, trying to put on my hoodie. Wow, delicious cake is so cute. It's too bad it's fake. Monsieur Master also praised the design of Delicious' work very highly. Monsieur Gustavia and Dover's works gained high praise for both taste and design, but Monsieur Master said it felt like he was eating the exact same thing twice. But it seems that their desserts had completely different tastes for the finals. Was there anything else that was different between the finals and the semi-finals? It's nothing major, but there was something. During the contest, Monsieur Gustavia's son always came to see him, but there was no sign of him at the finals. Oh, his son came to visit? I wonder if there's any significance behind that. Would you mind leaving this photo with me? Certainly, anything to add to the investigation. I want to look at this more. And here's something that I skipped past. That cover looks familiar. Oh, here's a okay, it's a photo of Jeff Masters' thing. Wasn't this framed in Master's room? Since it's also the prize for the contest, we put it out on display. Huh? So the contest prize, Angel's recipe, wasn't just a recipe for desserts? That's right. We've informed the participants, but it seems you all don't know yet. So the participants knew about the true contents of the angel's recipe. Oh, it contains the cure. Oh, that's what she was talking about. Okay. Angel, your recipe cures taste disorder. Crazy. Miss Hall, please tell me all you know about Angel's recipe. One sec, just checking something. Sorry, please tell me all you know about the Angel's recipe. Yes. Angel, tell me about your recipe. So the Angel's recipe contains the formula for the drug. Yes, it's a recipe book for new drugs that haven't been released to the public yet. If sold to a pharmaceutical company, I'm sure it would fetch a substantial price. Why? Is something like that a prize in the contest? Monsieur Master is the only heir to the chairman of the Master Group. Master Group? That name sounds familiar. They're a pharmaceutical company who deals in a wide range of products. Ah, they've become big news recently with the... They've become big news recently with the release of Cold Killer X. I often use the Cold Killer products. But I've never once seen you with a cold. I would like to hear more about the Master Group. I remember too. Alright, this must have something to do with Delicia and the real motive for why she took part in the contests. Mr. Master not one to follow in his parents' footsteps. Monsieur Master wanted to bring joy to people with his desserts. His parents also wanted him to become a great pastry chef and supported him. When his parents died, the recipe book was left to him as his inheritance. Why would he give away a memento of his parents as a prize in the contest? There were always people who were after it. Something which troubled Monsieur Master. But just giving away the memento would have been disrespectful to his parents. So he decided to pass it over to someone he acknowledged. And the members of the Master Group approved of that. Information being passed about new drugs being passed on to outsiders. Of course they objected. That's why Delicia participated in the contest. On the order of the Master Group, she was requested to win the championship. Okay. Finally! It's just interesting that Kat knew about it. Kate knew about it the entire time. Didn't say anything. Yes. In order for her to win, I told her Monsieur Master's tastes and preferences. Why did you help her? I helped her in order to protect Monsieur Master and the Master Group. If the drug recipes were given to another company, he would be reprimanded by the board. I wanted to return the recipes to the company in a way that Monsieur Master would accept. So it was due to Miss Hall's help that Delicia was able to reach the finals. That makes so much more sense. Speaking of which, Mr. Dover wasn't a pastry chef either. He sure did well to make it to the finals, considering he's just a sculptor. So the only true one was Gustavia, who seems to be copying somebody else. Oh, what kind of botched finals is this? Yes, for him to be able to make such fine desserts despite being a sculptor. From the sherbet sculptures he made from the finals, it's clear to see he has great taste, but could he really have made that by himself? That is all I know. Is there anything else I can do to help? To save Mr. Master, she's trying to help as much as she can. May we perhaps have some more of that tea from yesterday, please, Miss Hall? I'm sure that would help us get on the investigation. Yeah, I'd like some of Kate's tea too. Right, understood. I'll be back in a minute. I can do with some coffee. Might go get some coffee soon. Kate looks a bit better now. Oh, what? All I did was talk to people! I didn't even get to look at anything! We've gathered information about all the contestants, and yet we still haven't heard Gustavia's side of the story. That reminds me. Why did you enter Mr. Dover's room, Mr. Gustavia? Oh, well, that was because... Silence, ignoramus! You are not to give that attorney the tiniest hint of information. What exactly was he doing in Mr. Dover's room? And moreover, something is odd about his semi-final entry. Pastry chef bad at design, and a sculptor skilled only at design. It would have been extremely difficult for either of them to win the contest alone. Could it be that Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's connection is they're working together? That's cheating! Detective Bad. We have reason to suspect the actions of Dane Gustavia. Well, it might be both of them then. Well, that gives Gustavia motive. If they were working together, but if their designs and tastes were gonna be like really similar, then Gustavia must have been nervous that Dover was gonna win. So that's why Gustavia would kill it. Motive right there. We have reason to suspect the actions of Dane Gustavia. Yeah. It is imperative that we find a way to contact him at once. Oh, this conversation is most interesting. Who's this? Oh, not you again. Go away! Go away! Kirby! Thanks for being subbed for 81 months! Holy poop! I hope you're doing well today, Kirby. I appreciate the support. You're great. It's good to see you. You're at a red light. Don't worry. Okay. When it's green, step on the gas, dude. I hope you're doing well, Kirby. I appreciate the support. 81 months is crazy! However, I cannot allow you to speak to Mr. Gustavia. Von Karma? I have already conducted my interrogation of him. It is not necessary for him to speak any further, especially to a mere defense attorney. But I will answer your questions in that fool's place. How about you go away, and I do all the investigating that I want to do? It seems Von Karma intends to prevent me from meeting Gustavia in person. I understand. In that case, I have but one thing to ask you. Yes? I would like to know the relationship between Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover. Ooh! Alright. Their connection. Gustavia and Dover's relationship? It's obvious the only relationship they had was that they happened to participate in the same contest. That's it? There is nothing more to say. What? How are we supposed to understand anything from so little? I have an idea though already. If they were working together in the contest. If we want Von Karma to divulge the truth, we have no choice but to present evidence. It's all too obvious that he's hiding something. This is one of the shortest testimonies ever. Alright, I'm gonna save because in case the game crashes. We didn't have any crashes yesterday either. It's going really well. No crashes in 2 days? Or 3 days? Okay, I'm going to, I think, present the picture. Because their desserts look very, very similar. Objection! Easy game! Prosecutor Von Karma, I'd like you to look at these desserts. These desserts were made for the contest semi-finals. Don't you think these two have a particularly impressive design? Just what are you getting at? These two desserts were made by Mr. Gustavio and Mr. Dover. I wouldn't exactly call Mr. Gustavio's design skills praiseworthy. And yet, for the semi-finals, he was able to produce something comparable to Mr. Dover's. Furthermore, these two desserts have the exact same flavor. What are you trying to say? Say it, Gregory. They're working together. Saying it's possible they collaborated with each other on their entries. Prosecutor Von Karma, please take a closer look at their desserts. Look at them. Some of how they look. At first glance, they may look completely different. This is like the meme of, hey bro, can I copy your homework? Okay, but just change it up slightly so it seems less obvious that you copied from me. At first glance, they may look completely different. Nice, Wolfie, same brain. But even though the designs are different, it's clear that they were made from the same materials. Is that so? The same flavor and composition. It's impossible to dismiss their similarity as coincidence. The very existence of these two desserts point to a link between Mr. Gustavio and Mr. Dover. Since you already know this much, I'll tell you the truth. Oh, Von Karma telling the truth? Oh my god, it's a miracle. Did Von Karma know about their collaboration? However, what I am about to say is not going to help your case at all. Alright. What are you about to say? If you want to know about Gustavia and Dover's connection so badly, I'll tell you. Last night, when I interrogated Gustavia, he told me about his connection with Dover. Until the day before the finals, they worked on their desserts together. You knew about their cooperation all this time, didn't you? Why would you conceal the truth? Stop clicking. I would appreciate it if you didn't sully my reputation. Till I explain my points in court, I avoid giving away unnecessary details. I was merely saving you time. How can you act like this and keep the truth from us? His concealment of the truth. Something I simply cannot ignore. Oh, another short testimony. Oops, sorry. I wanted to press that last statement. Mr. Master said Mr. Dover was their favorite to win at the finals, which means he must have still been cooperating with Mr. Gustavia at the time, right? Yes, that is what I believe. Must have evidence that proves that they still cooperated during the final. Right, okay. I just wanted to press the statement first. Hold it! Why do you think Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover collaborated? Why? Because Gustavia had poor design sense, and Dover was a novice at baking. Without the help of each other, they would never have made it through a single round. If so, what's their mutual goal? Why cooperate until the finals? There can only be one winner. The finals will be fought on our own merits, Gustavia said, and he ended with their collaboration. Gustavia's goal was to obtain the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. It seems his pride as a pastry chef won out in the end. Victory in the finals would have certainly been hollow had he cheated, so he believes that their cooperation only went as far as the semi-finals. But what if it really continued through the finals? Will you explain their cooperation in more detail? Very well. Why? There's another, this is baking. This is a new statement. Interesting. Okay. Two new statements. was a novice at baking. How can I prove that they were working together on the finals? I have the pictures. God, I love the Presto theme in this game. It's so good. Well, this is made out of sherbet, which is candy, which is Gustavia's specialty, isn't it? But is that proof enough? Dover also was just a sculptor, right? So he couldn't have done things out of candy that tasted delicious. But this also tasted like salt, so... well, at least part of it did. I don't know. I'll try it. Because it's made out of sherbet. Objection! Okay. Have a look at this piece of evidence. That's irrelevant to what we're talking about now. Ugh. Such a boring interruption, defense attorney. He's laughing at me. How do I prove that they were working together on in the finals? What else is related to the finals? Alright. Ugh. I don't know, dude. Hold it! I need to press more. See if they give me extra info. They cooperated the day before, but not the day itself. That seems highly unnatural, don't you think? What I am saying is only the truth. How unnatural it is matters not. Weren't you unnaturally concealing that very same truth just a minute ago? There must have been a reason he hid this fact from us. The master said Mr. Dover was their favorite to win at the finals. That is what I believe. Is it not? It's not the picture? Like, I figured it would be the picture because the sculpture's made from sherbet. I already presented that. What else is related to the finals, though? This is related to the finals, but it's nothing related to them. This is related to the finals, too. That his sherbet was delicious. It's in a similar vein to the sculpture, but I guess this one specifically says that it tasted good. We can try this. Objection! Objection! Did I have the right idea? You said that Mr. Gustavi and Mr. Dover did not collaborate during the finals. What's up, Mario? Good to see you. That's strange. Delicia testified that Dover's sherbet was most delicious. Being a novice chef, I doubt he could have done all that by himself. Perhaps the two of them cooperated during the finals as well. Okay. Defense attorney, how many times do I have to tell you? Delicia Scode's subjective opinions cannot be admitted as evidence. There is still a chance that a novice chef could make something tasty. My wife is... Von Karma and his statements, dude. My wife is an amateur, yet her cooking rivals that of world-class chefs. How is that not a subjective opinion? Moreover, even if you take this pharmacist's testimony to be true, it changes nothing. Dude, I live for MasterChef bad dishes. And Gordon Ramsay just going ham on people. He also mentioned that a part of his sherbet was very salty, which means you can hardly call his entry for the finals perfect. Right, that's what I was thinking too. What? No more objections? Is there no way I can prove their collaboration?
Mr. Edgeworth, there's something that's been bugging me.
His wife is also number one. What is it?
The desserts Mr. Dover made for the finals would have taken a long time to make, right?
Indeed. They were frozen sculptures after all.
How would he have the time to sculpt it after it was frozen?
I mean, he's a very successful lawyer, Omega. That's a good point.
Let alone help Mr. Gustavio with his design as well. The way I see it, just waiting for the sherbet to freeze would have used up all of his time. Just how was he able to make those sherbet sculptures?
Raymond, you may have a promising future after all. So maybe the sculptures were made before the finals. Thanks to you, I have noticed one more possibility. Oh my god. Good work, dude. That's right. Mr. Dover's sherbet needed time to freeze properly, and the contestant's time limit would not have been enough. The method Mr. Dover used to make his sherbet within the time limit was... it was prepared in advance. If the sherbet was prepared in advance, all he'd need to do was sculpt it. You. Just what are you mumbling about?
Please, excuse me. I finally realized your earlier view was correct.
No wonder. I mean, it's not that far-fetched that they couldn't have been desserts, because Delicia is the huge faker. And part of the dessert is salt. So, I don't... It's okay.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth?
What are you doing? Oh, so you're finally admitting defeat?
No. All I am admitting to is the truth of one of your statements. Dover and Gustavia's collaboration lasted only until the day before the finals. Yeah, what if Gustavia and Dover cooperated on like a prototype or like a test, and then to like make some kind of... Or what if Dover had Gustavia make like just a giant sherbet block that tasted really good, and then gave it to Dover as like a test, like they were testing other stuff, or like it was leftovers from a previous round of the contest, and then Dover kept that in his freezer and worked on sculpting it, and then brought it out in the finals. It is exactly as you said. They only cooperated until the day before the finals. The sculptures in Mr. Dover's room were all made out of sherbet. Such an amount would most likely need to be left overnight to freeze, which means Mr. Gustavia prepared Mr. Dover's sherbet in advance the day before. That's right. So you realize Gustavia's cooperation ended the day before the finals. Then, why did Mr. Dover not help Mr. Gustavia in return? The views of the dead are of no concern to me. Wow. If you aren't going to answer that, I'll need to get in touch with Mr. Gustavia himself. Or was your interrogation not quite as thorough as you claim? You ingrate! You dare mock me! That was not my intention, but I do have a problem with your attitude. Oh snap, you tell him, dude! I want you to give us a clear reason why we can't speak to Mr. Gustavia in person. A clear reason? Gustavia and Dover's collaboration had no bearing on this case. You claim their collaboration is irrelevant? If Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's relationship had turned sour, it could serve as a motive for murder. You're saying that Gustavia and Dover's collaboration was linked to the motive for the murder? If that were the case, why did he not conceal it? After all, we found out about this collaboration from Gustavia himself. That's a good point. If you really are a lawyer, show us evidence that gives us reason to suspect Gustavia. Do I have? Only one of Mr. Gustavia's actions so far has been suspicious. Doubtless Von Karma already knows of this fact. This could be a trap by Von Karma. What's wrong, defense attorney? Not going to answer. But I mustn't back down now. Mr. Gustavia sneaked into Mr. Dover's room. His reasons for this are currently unclear. But the very fact he secretly entered the victim's room is reason enough to suspect him. If that's the extent of it, I can dispel those doubts. Alright, he's gonna give a logical explanation as to why it was okay. I knew it. Was it a trap after all? I was intending to save this for the courtroom, but I'll make a special exception. We wouldn't want to prolong the trial with unnecessary information, would we? Take a look at this photo. Oh, it's their children. Parent care day. No, parent care day. This is a photo of Gustavia and Dover and their sons. Right, Gustavia's son always came to visit up until the finals. Gustavia entered Dover's room in order to steal this photo. That was my first thought as well. Steal the photo? It seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Apparently, he thought that he'd be suspected if people found out he and Dover were acquainted. Yes, just like you're doing now. Ugh. There is nothing suspicious about Gustavia's actions. No further room for argument. Ugh. Ugh. He's still adamant on not letting us meet with Mr. Gustavia. I have an investigation to return to. I have no more time to waste on the likes of you. Alright, bye. Curse that Von Karma, calling us a waste of time. What should we do? Mr. Edgeworth, at this rate, Master Jeff will be... Von Karma is busy. Of course. Why would he be so busy? Both the body and murder weapon have been found, and he already has his suspect. The police should have more than enough evidence to prove Mr. Master's guilt. If that's the case, then why is Von Karma still investigating the crime scene? Never trust Von Karma on a crime scene. Mr. Edgeworth, is there something wrong? It seems I have been overlooking a matter of vital importance. Considering that he already has the evidence he needs to convict Mr. Master, I feel that Von Karma isn't as composed as he should be. Didn't even tell Detective Bad the full results of the investigation. Remember when we knocked out Phoenix? Yeah. Von Karma's a bit on edge at the moment. He still hasn't received the autopsy report. Oh, new logic. Oh, what if he's lying? What if the autopsy report has key information that he doesn't want shared? Furthermore, something vanished from the crime scene. We still don't know why. Detective Bad, please look at this crime scene carefully once more. Von Karma messed with this, didn't he? I knew, well, the detective that he put on scene. I definitely didn't get any reports about the bloodstain being cleaned up. But the strangest thing we found wasn't in Mr. Master's room at all. Right. Stover's blood vanished from Mr. Master's room. Somehow found its way into the fountain. Does this mean? I love these moments when you get like 3 pieces of logic all at once, and then it puts you automatically into the logic screen. It's so cool. It's my favorite part of the investigations. Okay, well, let's... The obvious one first is the bloodstain disappeared on the blood in the water fountain. Right. Clearly from the same... Clearly that's where it went. It must have been washed through the river that's in the room, and it just leads to the blood in the water fountain. Yeah, Sella. Although the victim's blood wasn't found in Mr. Master's room. It's cool that we get to do with Gregory. It was detected in the water fountain. There would be no need for the killer to conceal the bloodstains after the body was found. It's unnatural that only the bloodstains that were found with the body disappeared. Unless the body was moved, the blood would have still remained on the chocolate. Don't tell me. Someone removed the body and then erased the bloodstains? No autopsy report. And the body was removed. What if... I know this is definitely right, obviously. What if Von Karma not only removed the blood, but he removed the body too? Because the cause of death wasn't blunt force trauma. And he wants to hide that fact. Wouldn't the police have done something? But if he... Oh. I'm just thinking. What if the police never took the body? What if Von Karma took the body and Bad just assumed that the police took the body? It's possible that the body was removed from the crime scene, and the autopsy report still has not arrived. Although we have a murder weapon and a suspect, we don't know much about the body. I've been investigating under the assumption that the body had been discovered. Perhaps this assumption was wrong from the very beginning. Why didn't Von Karma give Detective Bad the autopsy report? To understand that, yes, I must turn my logic around. My thinking shouldn't be, why is Von Karma hiding information about the body? But rather, what if Von Karma doesn't even have the information to begin with? What happens if I think of it like that? It's possible that the body wasn't removed by the police for autopsy. It was moved and hidden by the real killer. Okay, slightly different to what I was thinking. Mr. Edgeworth! I've heard many dark rumors surrounding Von Karma. He's a prosecutor who forges evidence, fabricates testimonies, makes backroom deals, but it's still lines up with the fact that I think Von Karma took the body. Yeah, I've heard that too. But what does that have to do with this? I tried to avoid judging others based on rumors, and it didn't let those rumors influence my opinion on Von Karma until today. It seems he is a man who would distort the truth. Distort the truth? You don't mean forgery? I do. And I can't allow him to get away with this. Oh my god, he's gonna confront him! I must return to the prosecutor's office for now. Not a word to that attorney. Roger! Here we go, dude. What do you want, defense attorney? I want to know the truth that you've been hiding. Fool, are you trying to mislead the police's investigation again? If you interfere with the investigation anymore, I'll be forced to reprimand you myself. Police? No. My objection is with you! What? Isn't it a prosecutor's job to ensure justice for criminals? What are you saying? I have no time to debate the job of a prosecutor with you. However, I will tell you one thing. My job is to ensure all those I prosecute are found guilty. Before the perfect proof, there can be no room for doubt. And to find that perfect proof, you would even stoop to forgery? Ha! I was wondering what you were going on about. You intend to accuse me of forgery, don't you? Yes. And it's for that reason you did not allow Detective Bad to investigate. What do you mean? Anyway, the real reason Detective Bad wasn't investigating was not so he could keep an eye on us. It was to hide the fact that you never found the body. They never found the body? You did something with the crime scene. I didn't realize it was this extreme, though. You cretins. You will cease with these ludicrous accusations. I will not tolerate any further insults. In that case, let us verify the body. If you do, we will have evidence that shows whether I am right or not. Yeah, show us the body, dude! Where'd you put it? Where'd you put it? Can't find it, can you? The burden of proof falls on you, defense attorney. What? Just show me the body if you have it! Don't be... Is this the best thing that you can come up with? I have no reason to comply with your baseless conjecture. This is like, if you have a Madbase scan, just show me you doing it. It's like, no, no, you have to prove that I'm good. Excuse me. Okay. You must have noticed it too. The lack of bloodstains at the crime scene. So why did the blood vanish? And more importantly, where did it go? Foolishness. Why would anyone erase just the blood in the chest that contains the body? Yes, that's exactly right. If the body had been found there, the disappearing bloodstains would have no meaning at all. However, what if the body was already gone? To erase the traces of the body being there, one would have to get rid of the bloodstains as well. Why make such a fuss over those bloodstains? Seems like a trivial detail to me. Or, are you saying that you can show me where those bloodstains went? I can indeed. In court, everything must be said with evidence. Isn't that right, Von Karma? In that case, I'll show you the evidence supporting my claim. This piece of evidence shows where the blood in Mr. Master's room went. Here we go. Victim's blood. Take that! Let's go. Number? There were traces of the victim's blood found in the fountain. Traces of Mr. Master's chocolate were also found in this very fountain. In other words, the blood was washed down the stream, which then flowed into the fountain. All of this points to only one possibility. After the body was removed, someone erased the bloodstains. Go! Von Karma, where was the body really found? If you really found the body, you should be able to answer. How? How do you know this information? How do you know the results of the water composition test on the fountain? Because I allowed them to investigate. Bad. Bad! Always a thorn in my side! From here on out, I will not allow you to associate any further with this case. It's not like you were letting me too much anyway. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Or are you admitting to the fact that you didn't find the body after all? You say I never found the body. Where is your evidence? Oh my god, dude! Bro, just show me the body if you have it! He's never going to confess. I have nothing further to say to you. Gregory Edgeworth, this matter will be decided in court. We'll see just how well your logic holds up there. Alright, well, the main thing that we gotta do is we gotta find the body ourselves, right? I know, it's very Von Karma, but it's so frustrating. Because you know that he's lying. Because all he has to do is just be like, here is the body. But instead he's like, prove that I don't have the body. Ugh. Blue Tiger, thanks for being sub for 25 months. Hope you're doing well today. Appreciate the support. It's good to see you. I know your methods are wrong. I promise, without fail, I will expose the truth you've hidden. Oh, that was gonna be a TBC. Yeah, we're gonna go find the body, dude. Detective Bad. I'm sorry. Wait! What if... I just had... This might be like universe brain. What if the body was never found in the past, and the body in the future that was found in the fountain is Dover's body, but it was preserved or frozen in some way? That might be too universe brain. I don't know, dude. Too big. Too big brain. Because I'm trying to think about the other people who could have died in the future, and I couldn't come up with anybody. Because it didn't look like Catherine. Oh, maybe it is Dover. Just now I have to answer the question about how he was preserved. Okay, let's keep going, because it's just a theory, and I don't know if it's right. But it could be. Dude, a body was missing for 18 years. Detective Bat, I'm sorry. It's because you let me investigate them. No. That's bound to happen sooner or later. This is also the first time I've been restricted in my investigation. Your theory that they never found the body sounds pretty close to the mark. That I will make clear in court. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know, even though I'm no longer in charge of this case. Then, though I'm very sorry about this, I have one more favor to ask of you. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? I want to know too! Huh. This will be my trump card in court. The information I've gathered up until now should be enough to prove Mr. Master's innocence. But if all else fails, I'll have this ready. Your trump card? In here. You'll see at the trial. Well, oh no, I'm not gonna get to see the trial, am I? I'm gonna see it now! Whoa, I get to be at the trial too? Of course. You are my assistant after all. I'll be an ace attorney too next year. Von Karma will never be the two of us. Right. Although I hope to clear Mr. Master's name before you become a lawyer. Von Karma is to be my opponent. He'll want the trial ended in a day. That's right. We have to save Master Jeff as fast as we can. After all, this is you we're talking about. I'm sure you'll beat Von Karma. Jeff Master, alone in a dark cell, arrested on false charges. I must expose Von Karma's lies if I am to save him. Going Back to the Future. Oh, TBC? Here we go. That was middle part 4, right? Is that going to be a middle part 5, or is it finally going to be end? Alright, let's see who this body is. I'm so excited. And that's all Uncle Ray knows about the IS-7 incident. So that's what happened in my father's last case. The truth of the IS-7 incident. What happened at the trial? In the end, Von Karma defeated us. Huh? So you couldn't prove Mr. Master's innocence? We gathered plenty of evidence to prove it. But Von Karma was even more despicable than we thought. He was a prosecutor who would do anything for his guilty verdict. That's right, and he really did use any means necessary. Because of this, the trial dragged on for about a year. Whoa. Until it finally reached a conclusion. I'll never forget that fateful day, when the judgment was passed down, the 28th of December. It's April now. So it's been a little over 17 years. How time flies. 28th of December, 17 years ago. I was watching from the gallery that day. Before the trial, your old man noticed that Mr. Master was acting strangely. He was at the breaking point, both mentally and physically. He wanted to be found guilty. No. No. Mr. Master didn't fake a confession, did he? I forgot Kay was here, to be honest. Yeah. That was what Von Karma was aiming for from the start. Right, after a year in captivity. When your old man tried to expose the fact that the body had not been found, Von Karma used the power of his police cronies to quash that argument. He even went as far as to prepare a fake autopsy report. Ugh. Then, they made Mr. Master give a false testimony and confess to being an accomplice. With Mr. Master's confession, the situation quickly became dire. But your old man had a trump card up his sleeve. What was it? Was that the trump card he was talking to Detective Bad about? Yeah, that trump card was to be our insurance, in case Mr. Master confessed. He had asked Detective Bad to have Mr. Master's interrogation recorded. Detective Bad? Detective Bad wanted to know the truth too, huh? After he was dropped from the investigation, he never stopped caring about the case, even when he was involved with other large cases. He really was the definition of a true detective. Let him go. The defense presented the recording, which proved the confession was forced. Well, it seems the detective in charge of the initial investigation and interrogation, Rip Lacer, took all of the blame and was charged and dismissed. Still, at the trial, your old man exposed Von Karma's corruption, and Von Karma received his first penalty from the then chief prosecutor. The only penalty in his 40 years of prosecution. Ah, replace. I didn't even think of that. However, Mr. Master did not want the trial to continue any longer, and the curtains closed on the trial that day with the verdict of guilty. Wow. Memory of that time is fuzzy, but I was also there, watching my father's final trial. But I think his final regret became my own. Your old man wanted a retrial to prove Master's innocence, but he passed on before he could fulfill his wish. Von Karma, after getting entangled in another case. It makes me sad. It breaks my heart even now that I didn't return at home with him that day. And what's more, to blind myself from my own worthlessness. Uncle Ray put all of his hatred onto you as a traitor for being Von Karma's pupil. I'm sorry. Don't be. It's natural you would hate me. After I became a prosecutor, I was able to get Von Karma to show me the case file. Mr. Master was found guilty for the murder of Isaac Dover. Huh, that's not right. Wasn't Mr. Master found guilty of being an accomplice? But this case file says guilty of murder. Oh, there shouldn't be anything unresolved in this case handled by man from Von Karma. Wait, can I take a look at that file? Oh, looks like the charges have been rewritten. What? Look at this! Right. Oh wait, the charge is accomplice to murder. This is a copy of the original case file I received from the courts. Why would the charge be altered? This file was given to you by Von Karma, right? Maybe he just didn't want you to know the truth, since you're Gregory's son. He would have wanted to avoid another retrial before the statute of limitations ran out after all. So that's what I had come to believe back then. Oh, so what I had come to believe back then had all been a lie. If you didn't know about it, just make sure you know it from now on. The statute of limitations has long expired, but the truth still sleeps, right here. After your old man passed away, Uncle Ray took over as Mr. Master's defense attorney, although Von Karma also had another prosecutor take over the case. Perhaps he thought that since his opponent was a rookie, he didn't even need to turn up. In the end, the real killer was never found, and Mr. Master was found guilty. No! Is there nothing we can do, even now? Since the killer was never found, he can't withdraw his confession. He found out after the trial that Mr. Master made a deal with Von Karma because Von Karma had threatened him. If you don't confess, Catherine Hall will be held under the same charges. Oh god, dude. The more I learn about this guy, I just, That's terrible. I don't think Mr. Master really thought that Kate was the killer, but... For 25 years he's been doing this. It's just, to protect her. He faked her confession. Miles, on the day that Knightley boy was killed, why do you think Uncle Ray was at the prison? Oh, I see. You went to see Mr. Master, didn't you? Oh! I said I'd visit him every day. I couldn't keep that promise, but I asked Katie Pie to look in on him for me when I couldn't.
Oh yeah, sorry, 40 years. 25 years from 18 years ago. That's why I had 25 in my mind. It's because they said 25 years 18 years ago.
Through rain or snow she went, every single day without fail.
Ah, poor girl. No, it can't be Catherine.
But nothing has changed. Mr. Master still serves his punishment. That's so sad. Isn't there anything we can do? That's why I came here. Because I knew those ice sculptures would be on display here today. So, what are you gonna do, Miles? I am a prosecutor. My position is different from you and my father, Miles. But moving past my position, what I want as Miles Edgeworth is to know the truth of these two cases. It is for that reason that I am here. You really are your father's son. Well then, if that's what you've decided, I'll support you all the way. I better leave the IS-7 documents and evidence with you then. Alright, here are the documents. By the way, the parts in Orange are Uncle Ray's old notes. Oh my god, did we get everything from the past? Or just the case file? Okay. But it's quite big. Oh. Two 2000. Years ago. Treated by medicine after his own confession, he was convicted as an accomplice in the murder. Morning, Mal. Good to see you. Oh, good afternoon. His body was found in the defendant's room. His body was found in the defendant's room. No, it was. The cause of death was blunt trauma to the head. Victim body vanished. There appears to be no autopsy report. I mean, it was found by Catherine, but you know, but it wasn't found. It was found, but wasn't found. Okay. Thank you. And now, here's the IS-7 evidence. There's a lot, so make sure to look it over while you investigate. Oh, we do get all the evidence! Right. I'll check through it later. Oh, it's not that much. I thought we were gonna get all of it. I thought it was like a lot more pages, but get the important things, I'm guessing. Anyway, there are so many strange things about this case. Oh, we're in the end game now, for sure. There are so many. Oh, I just said that. Indeed. Those involved in the case 18 years ago have reunited, and another incident occurs. There you go. So this is I'm gonna guess this is a summary of what's happening in the present. Oh yeah, young Ray must have eaten all the other bits and bobs. Replicas of the statues from 18 years ago were displayed in the Winter Palace, and poison gas was released in the Autumn Palace, which had been disguised as the Winter Palace. The two chemicals in the Pisces case, normalium and fatalium, were mixed, causing an outbreak of poison gas. Our favorite boy. The victim of the poison gas was Dane Gustavia, a person involved in the IS-7 incident. Because he was unconscious, he received treatment in the Zodiac Art Gallery's infirmary. Finally, the dead body found floating in the fountain. And once again, the ice sculptures have melted. There are deep connections between the two cases. It's possible there are still some clues left from 18 years ago. Right, let's get started! Oh, I forgot you were here, dude. Can you go away? Just 1 second. Don't tell me you've forgotten about me. Kind of. Can you go away? Didn't I tell you I'm the one in charge of this case? Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you intend to continue disrupting Sebastian's investigation, the word guilty will be added to your PIC report. What does she mean, guilty? Please allow me to assist in your investigation as before. I appreciate your proposal, but I'm afraid I must overrule it. That was fast. Even though we're short on hands to identify the victim right now, it's only a matter of time until we figure it out. In that case, I shall take that load off your shoulders at once. Regarding the identity of the unidentified body, one person comes to mind. Really? Then tell us. I know! Very well. It's not just the sculptures that have made a comeback from the incident 18 years ago. The body in the fountain is... Yo! Galaxy brain, dude. Take that! It's likely that the identity of the body is the victim of the murder that occurred here 18 years ago. Isaac Dover. Huh? It's Icy's body? Hey, who's that? I've never heard of him. Oh, I'm so happy right now. Mr. Isaac Dover, a truly great sculptor. But he was better known as Pierre Hoquet. The sculptures on display here in the museum are all his creations. Ah, so in other words, that sculptor was the best. Somehow, I feel a strong kinship to him. And he was the victim in the IS-7 incident. She knew about the IS-7 incident. Prosecutor Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident occurred 18 years ago. And what's more, the police reported the removal of the body. That's what's on the record, but I wonder if that really is the truth. What are you saying? The defense attorney in the IS-7 incident claimed the body was never found. Not that the prosecution would ever admit such a thing. Hello? Really? Is something wrong, Sebastian? No, it's just... They said they know who the victim is. It's just as that prosecutor says! It's Dover! No, it can't be! It would seem my father's suspicions are correct. What is it, Judge Courtney? Now I just need to figure out exactly how it was preserved and why it popped up now, of all times. Guessing it must have been frozen in some way, and that must have to do with the sculptures in some way melting, but trying to figure it out exactly is the tough part. Have you finally realized that I'm much more helpful than the best? Hey, you! Are you trying to steal the best position for yourself? I'm doing no such thing. I just want to know the truth. I love Edgeworth. Yo, so thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Much appreciated. I hope you're enjoying the emotes. Appreciate the support. Super good to see you. Thank you, thank you. And for that to happen, we need to cooperate, no? The truth is, none of your concern.
Objection.
Oh, that was Ray. I don't think that's true. Courtney Pie. You again! Uncle Ray assisted the defense attorney involved in the IS-7 incident. The one who claimed that Mr. Dover's body was never found. The prosecution denied it at the time, but now the body has been discovered here. In other words, the IS-7 investigation was unjust. And isn't it the duty of the PIC to investigate corrupt prosecutors? Ugh. Then, wouldn't you want to cooperate with those who were involved in the case? Unless you have an ulterior motive, which she must do, that she doesn't want to say. Some kind of corruption is happening high up in the prosecution world. But we gotta figure it out, and how it's related to the killer. Anyway, Ray is really clever here, using good logic. Now that I think about it, Judge Courtney knew about the IS-7 incident. So it would seem she really is here because of the PIC. Even if you're related to the incident, I don't see how Prosecutor Edgeworth is. What? I'm his son! He is the son of the attorney in that case, and a prosecutor taught by Von Karma himself. And what's more, he was in the audience at the IS-7 trial. I'm sure there are many points he can enlighten us on. Very well, I will allow you to cooperate. However, your investigation must not hinder the other investigators. The Winter Palace is currently being investigated, but the fountain patio is open to you. Sounds like Von Karma again. That's my Courtney Pie. Now we're talking. As thanks, I will allow you to have a hug with Uncle Ray. It's gonna get smacked. Overruled! If I feel your cooperation isn't needed, I will have to ask you to leave. Understood. Ah, isn't that great, Miles? Now we can... I'm gonna start investigating. You really helped us there. Hee hee hee. Uncle Ray did it all for himself. Alright, Uncle Ray is going to investigate too. So let me know if you figure something out. Got it. Right then. Okay, let's begin the investigation. Okay, let's do this. We still don't know where Mr. Dover's body and the Normalium were hidden. We don't have enough information to go on. You're right. Our first priority is the Normalium. Well, Normalium is used in washing detergents, paints and the like. If I recall, it's a red liquid with a minty aroma. Minty aroma. What else had a minty aroma? One of the desserts, maybe? Well then, let's get looking for that Normalium. I mean, we think that Kate was the one who did the poison gas stuff. Is that coffee spilt on the floor? This smell and this color. Don't tell me this is a puddle of tea. Oh my god, it's tea! Huh? There's a piece of pottery in the middle of the puddle. Oh, rip. Yeah, it looks like it's from that lamp. I wonder what broke. I think I recognize the design. Probably show this to that man and see what he has to say. It's the pH thing, right? Yeah. I feel like I've seen this design somewhere before. Is it Pierre Hoquet's, the sculptor's signature? I wonder why this was dropped in a puddle of tea. Why do I get the feeling I know who's behind this? Okay, related to the tea cart. On this service card, Miss Hall has prepared a tea set. According to the pamphlet, the museum is also famous for this tea. Yes, it certainly had a flavorful, rich taste. Seems this tea set was also made by Mr. Dover. Oh, so the tea set was made by the victim? Let's take a closer look. Okay. So, the tea set was made by Isaac Dover. Fancy stuff, huh? Okay, oh, whoops. This tea set is such a treasure! I accidentally pressed the B button. Please don't look so excited. If I recall correctly, Miss Hall was a huge fan of Mr. Dover. Okay, have the teapot. Oh, right, we only had the teapot from the past. Yeah, it's been a long... I'm trying to recall what we found in the past and what we found in the future. Hey, Edgy! What is it? Be careful with that teapot. Why must it be worn by him of all people? Oh, there she is! Hello! I need to talk to you about setting up some poison gas. About somebody setting up some poison gas in a room. Madame and messieurs, would you care for some tea? Miss Hall. Can't do that. What? We concluded that she must have been the one who set it up, right? Well, that's what Edgeworth said. Ah, Katie! No, I'm fine, thanks. Kay and Edgy, you guys can have some. Okay. Huh? Well, since you asked, we might as well take a short break. Certainly. Now, her name's Catherine, and people call her Kate. Thanks for the tea. Oh my god, this is like the 4th time we've had tea. Wow, it's so tasty! What kind of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's Ceylon tea, known for its citrus aroma. However, Miss Hall, is this the same tea you served us this morning? Yeah, that's right. Was it not to your liking? No, it's not that. The tea we had this morning had a slightly different aroma. Oh, is that where the mint was from? How strange. It is the same Ceylon tea I served this morning. There shouldn't be anything different about it. Did she serve us tea mixed with normalium? Quit nitpicking about the tea Katie so kindly prepared for you. Larry, what are you getting so upset about? I'm not upset. You're just being a rude jerk. And I told you to call me Larice. Sheesh, I'm not gonna talk to you anymore. Yay! It's like arguing with a child. Larice, I wonder what's wrong. I'd like to ask him that later myself. No, I also need to speak with Miss Hall. I don't have any evidence that shows that she is the culprit, but I dare say she is the one who set up the poison gas trap. I wonder if I can connect these two straight away. No, okay. Alright. Anything else here? What is this? There is a container with Ceylon tea leaves in it. To prevent exposure to sunlight and moisture, the container is airtight and made of tin. This should help preserve the quality of the tea leaves. Huh? The teapot is shaped like the moon, while the teacups are shaped like stars. We had Ceylon tea with this tea set just now, but for some reason, I thought it smelled different from the one we had this morning. Some reason behind the strange feeling. A single stain on this pure white tablecloth. Take hold of the edge and focus your— No, Kay, no, no, no. Kay, I hope you're not planning to do anything bad. No, don't worry. Even if I fail, the tablecloth would just be dyed a nice black ality— Oh my god. Tablecloth looks better white. Please refrain from changing it. I wonder about that. It might look better in another color, like pink or blue. Or tea. Okay. She's so silly. Alright. So many people to talk to. What are you doing? Alright, let's get it over with. Larry, tell me what you're hiding! You two! Stop glaring at each other like that! I'm not glaring, Kay. I'm using my artist perspective. Edgy's the one who's glaring. Then, if you know what's good for you, you will tell me what you're hiding right now. No way, dude! Didn't I say that I'm not talking to you anymore? Aren't you talking to me right now? From now on, I'm definitely not talking to you anymore. I'm not gonna get anywhere with like this. Looks like I'll have to force it out of him. Hiding something? Question mark? Larry, what are you hiding? Dot exclamation mark. Dot exclamation mark. Hey, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. This isn't the time to be playing around, you know. I wasn't playing around. Still, looks like Larice won't be talking anytime soon. But he isn't going to talk to us willingly. I just have to force it out of him. I may just have something on what he's hiding. I should present that to him and see what he says. Is he the one I was supposed to present the prodigal shard to? Larry, take a look at this. Oh, what's that? What significance is the outfit though? Larry, I've got a feeling that what you're hiding is related to the tea and its pottery shard. Well, you're not gonna talk to me. If you're not gonna talk to me, I could just hand this shard over to Judge Courtney. Wait, I'm trying to keep a clean image for Justy. I don't want her to see how I've dirtied myself. What did you do? I can't imagine what part of you can be considered clean. But If you don't want her to declare you guilty, I suggest that you speak truthfully now. I got it! I'll tell you! Alright, that was easy. What did you do, dude? Larry, it's time you confess to what you've done. Oh, how can you be so cruel to your best friend? Excuse me, my best friend is a defense attorney. The same way you can be so dishonest to your best friend. Well, you can stop glaring at me. I promise to tell the truth this time for sure. Of course. I just thought I'd pour Justy some tea. But my hand kinda slipped a bit. You broke the teapot. Okay, great. Wow. The butts strikes again. Why am I not surprised? Oh boy. You've really done it this time, Larice. What should I do, Edgy? Katie will hate me! Crying to me about it won't solve anything. First, you should apologize to Miss Hall. Oh, he's on his knees. Is that so? My teapot was... Katie, I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll draw as many portraits of you as you like. Okay, great. Please kindly raise your head, monsieur. It is I who should apologize. I didn't notice the broken shards. It's dangerous, so I'll tidy up the broken pieces. Wow. Allow me to take this piece from you as well. She's too kind, dude. Wasn't this tea set one of Isaac Dover's works? Yeah, someone she has admired for a very long time. And he's been dead for 18 years. It's one of her precious mementos to him. And Larry broke it, and now she's apologizing. I heard that it was very important to you. Yes, but there's no use crying over spilled tea. Besides, I still have another one of those teapots left. Is she not as attached to Dover's works as she used to be? Katie, you're so kind! Oh, that other teapot you were talking about. Is it the one on the cart? Yes. Truth is, when I was trying to hide the broken shards, I looked under that cart. And I found a teapot that looked exactly the same. So I... switched them. Really? Teapot that looks exactly the same, that was hidden, and might have contained poison in it. Or part of poison in it. I took great care to make sure no one would break that pot. Don't brag about that when you were the one who broke it in the first place. I'm sorry. Alright, dude. I don't mind. Thank you for your consideration. Gee, Katie is a really nice lady, isn't she? You should reflect on how you cause trouble for people like her. Okay, when I make it big as an artist, I'll donate paintings. In fact, I'll even welcome you as my own personal model. Oh my god, Edgeworth on a catwalk. I know it's a different kind of model, but I think it'd be better if you stopped causing trouble. I hope you haven't done anything else. I haven't! I just stood around sketching beauties. Sketching beauties? If you're interested, I can let you take a peek. I guess even Mr. Edgeworth is interested in beauty. Alright. It's not like that. I just thought it might be another one of his strange paintings. How dare you! I'm very confident in my work this time. Oh, I want to see too! Oh, I'm glad you're so honest about it, Kay. I'll get it ready, so come check it out later. Alright. I guess I'll have him show it to me later. Sketching beauty. About that sketch you mentioned just now. What? If you wanted to see my art, you should have been honest about it from the start. Look, here it is. What is it? Let me see. Oh. What is this? Well, I mean, it's good drawings. He's improved a lot since Ace Attorney 3. I gotta say. What is this? I already told you! It's a sketch of beauties! Oh, but just to be clear, the beauties only refers to... Wow! Wow! Rude! Goals, you're already there, Angel. Hi, Pie! That other plump lady has nothing to do with that. Wow, Larry. And why did you draw her on the same page? Well, I was taking a break from my still life painting when those beauties caught my eye. Guess I drew them on the same page without thinking. So you're saying that the pictures on this page were each drawn separately? Huh? Oh yeah. I may have drawn them at different times. By the way, there's a drawing of the beautiful little Miss K on another page. Wow! Beautiful, huh? Hehe, thanks. Now, you drew this exactly as you saw it, correct? Well, yeah. Even I can't draw what I can't see. I recreated the scene perfectly, even the delicate shades. Delicate shades, huh? I don't want to admit it, but this picture might be of help to the investigation. The contents of the sketch, and the service cart in the fountain patio. Seems like there is a contradiction between the two. What is supposed to be... Are those supposed to be her sweets? But there aren't any sweets on the other service cart. I need to expose this contradiction using my powers of deduction. Again, if you want to talk about it, Digital, feel free to do it in spoilers chat. No harm in that. Could I borrow this sketch for a while? Sure! I could even sign it for you if you'd like. I'm good. I think I'll pass. I already have your signature, remember? From Investigations 1. Yeah, it's a good picture. But his handwriting is terrible! Remember? Okay, maybe I have to go to the cart to point out the contradiction. Hi, Lakara. Aha. Yes. Eureka! Larry, there's something I want to ask you about your sketch. Huh? You want a lecture on sketching from the famed Professor Laurice, do ya? No. I just needed to ask you something. The tablecloth in your sketch, are you sure it was light blue? Oh, I was looking at the candy more than the tablecloth. Color. Okay. Yes, it is a different color. Yeah, my eyes never fail me. But the one on the service card here is white, isn't it? Dude, you're always so busy thinking with just your head that you miss the obvious. What else do you think with, dude? Actually, I don't want to know. Yeah, it's fine. What's with that look on your face? When I drew that painting, I was using the car with the tea set on it, remember? Because I was tidying up the broken pottery shards. It's not something to be proud of. Oh my god, hype. Who showed me that emote? I think it was Vi or Angel. Showed that to me already, and I was like, okay. Oh no, it was Gab. It was Gab. Yeah. I was like, oh, okay. And right then, Katie came out of the Winter Palace. I had to hurry and hide the broken teapot so that she wouldn't notice it. Did you just say Miss Hall came out of the Winter Palace? That's right. But this time, she was pushing another service card. What is that on top of it? Sweets? It's light blue, just like how I drew it. What did she do with that service card? Beats me. She went into the Summer Palace with it. Oh, she's up to something. And when she came out, she was pushing the lift trolley. The lift trolley? When I called out to her, she was so surprised that she just left it there. She's so cute when she's shy. A second service card and a lift trolley. Maybe there were 2 tea sets along with 2 service cards. We'll have to verify it with Miss Hall. Oh geez, Pi, good luck with that. But here's the trolley. This lift trolley has just been left here. I wonder if it was used recently to carry something heavy. The surface of the platform appears to be wet. I remember seeing this lift trolley someplace before. What? Didn't I see it in one of the pictures? Or am I misremembering? Maybe I'm misremembering. You mean during the IS-7 incident? Ah, that's right. I remember now. It was in Dover's room. Yeah, I thought I remember seeing it in one of the pictures. It wasn't crazy. If I remember correctly, it was used to transport the ice sculptures. The lift trolley has a feature that allows you to adjust the height and angle of the platform. With just one of these, a single person could move the sculptures all by themselves. Interesting. Except the platform is wet, so it must have been in that room. Whoa, how convenient! I want one too! Okay. Why is there a lift trolley here? I guess that's something we'll need to think about. Yes, it could be related to the case. Okay. I just remember we got a different... Here. Pots were switched with different tea aroma. Because if there were 2 different pots that had 2 different types of tea, this could explain it. Haha. Maybe the reason why the Ceylon tea smelled different was because the pots had been switched. Huh? Really? The taste of the tea itself did not actually change after all. Let's go ask Miss Hall about it in more detail. Miss Hall, was the reason why the Ceylon tea smelled differently because the pots were switched? Yes. That's certainly possible. It had a fresh minty aroma. Ha ha! Not unlike that of Uva tea. It was minty. Ah, I remember now. I prepared some mint tea yesterday. I'm sure that the aroma just happened to remain in the teapot. Ha ha! She did give us tea with normalium in it. Is that really all there is to it? Big sus on Kate right now. Just need to figure out exactly what she was doing and why, but... A minty aroma was emanating from the pot Larry had replaced. Do I feel normal? Never. Never. Miss Hall said the aroma was left over from the mint tea she prepared yesterday. Oh, I passed the 12-hour mark. Nice. Indeed. She seemed less surprised to find out that Larry broke the teapot. And more surprised by the fact that the pots had been switched. That's right. Normally, it would have been the reverse. A broken teapot is much more shocking. She was probably trying to hide his teapot. Hide the pot? One of the characters of Normalium is a minty aroma. There is a possibility that she was hiding Normalium inside this teapot. Yes, Edgeworth. What? Inside the pot? It's only a possibility for now. but it's one worth investigating. Mr. DeBest, I assume you haven't found the Normalium yet. Nice assumption, dude. Huh? I had the entire art museum searched, but I haven't received any reports yet. And what about you? Don't you have any ideas? Only one. I knew it. Nobody but me would be able to find it. Wait, what? You have an idea where it is? Indeed. Then tell me. It may have been in this teapot that Miss Hall had used. Oh, this teapot is pretty nice. It would make the perfect present for the best prosecutor. It's not a present. It's an important piece of evidence. This guy dude. Oh, it's just evidence? Then I'll guess I'll have forensics take a look at it. Hello. Monsieur Edgeworth, is there something wrong with the teapot I used? This teapot has a minty aroma to it. It's the same aroma as one of the 2 chemicals used to create the poison gas. Monsieur Edgeworth, surely you don't mean you suspect me of having set off the poison gas? I do. Setting up the poison gas trap in the Autumn Palace would have required some preparation. As the curator of this museum, you're the only one who could have prepared it in advance. I wonder about that. Preparations for the opening of the museum took about a week, and I received help from both outsiders and Madame Delicia. I think there are people besides me who are also suspicious. Of course, Delicia is under scrutiny. Furthermore, I don't even know how to create something like poison gas, even if you found Normalium in my teapot. There is no way I could have prepared the poison gas. Well then, I look forward to hearing the analysis results of the teapot. The excuse is that she doesn't know how to prepare poison gas. Must find a way to shatter that excuse. We need to get her to confess about Fatalion. Alright. We've looked at the card. We actually talked to her this time. Miss Hall, where have you been up until now? I was showing the remaining guests out and handing out complimentary gifts as an apology. Did you require my services? Yes. There are a few things I want to ask you about, if my suspicions are correct. She's the one who set up the poison gas trap. Zuji! She could be lying! Did you think about that one? Two service cards. Is it true that you keep 2 service cards on the premises? Yeah. Is there something wrong? Ah. Sometimes people lie. I know, it's terrible. Either I was looking at one of the sketches from that so-called artist and... Oh, earlier, sorry. I noticed that he had drawn the cart's tablecloth light blue. Light blue? Are you sure you weren't mistaken, monsieur? I only ever use tablecloths that are pure white. That's true. The tablecloth here doesn't have a single spot on it. Yes, that's because I always change them immediately whenever they get dirty. Did Harry really get the colour wrong then? What were you doing with this when the sketch was drawn? At the time, I was just doing my job as usual. Then, could you tell me exactly what that work entails? Alright. Kate's job. What were you doing when you were drawing in the sketch? Or when you were drawn in the sketch? From the looks of it, from the looks of the drawing, it doesn't seem like you were transporting the tea set. This was when I was delivering chocolates to all the people in the investigation. Okay. Oh, how nice. Chocolates. I wish I could have gotten some too. There are still a few left, so please eat these then. I made them myself, but it's possible they might not suit your taste. Woohoo! Thank you so much! Thank you. Perhaps it's because she had them in her pockets, but it looks like they've melted a bit. They're misshapen again. The sweet goodness! I'm happy to hear you say that. These chocolates are a little misshapen. and I'm glad to get some sugar into my system. This is the second time this has been brought up. I wonder if it's important, the fact that they're misshapen. Although, they're a little too sweet for my taste. Poison gas trap. How exactly did you prepare the melted sculptures from 18 years ago? My, so you know about what happened 18 years ago? Because 18 years ago, I photographed Monsieur Dover's sculptures. Using the photo as a base, I managed to create replicas. Replicas? The Zodiac sculptures had been an unfinished work, so I wanted to complete it somehow. Because I am the one who accidentally melted Monsieur Dover's sculptures. And could you tell me why the Autumn Palace resembles the Winter Palace so much? Well, my apologies. Did they really look so alike? I think I may have gotten some of the decorations mixed up. She is obviously lying, but I haven't gathered any evidence to prove that yet. Okay. What else have I not looked at? I don't really want to talk to the best. Forensics? Oh. Here's the body has already been recovered by the police. Why was the body of the victim from 18 years ago found floating in the fountain? I mean, wouldn't the body have gone all goopy after 18 years? I don't know if I would call it goopy. It certainly would have required a special mind to preserve the body. Yeah, I wonder if such a method even exists. Hey, Mr. Forensics guy! Any new information? Yes! Normalium and Fatalium have been detected in the fountain water. They must have flowed through the stream from the Autumn Palace to the fountain. Aside from the chemicals, we also find high levels of sugar. We're working hard on investigating it. Sugar in the fountain water? What could have caused that? Oh, getting a call. This is Edgeworth. It's Gumshoe, sir. Did something happen? Actually, right now, all the investigators but me have left the Winter Palace, so I can finally tell you what we found. Oh boy, it's not good for a detective to be leaking out information about the investigation, but that's okay. He does it all the time. He knows what he's doing. His resourcefulness has saved me many times these past few days. All of the sculptures in the Winter Palace have melted. There's still some liquid left in the cases, but there's less in the Gemini case than the Taurus case. There's still liquid in the glass cases? Yes, sir! We just investigated the light blue liquid a moment ago. We only detected sugar in the Taurus case, but for some reason, in the Gemini case, we detected 3 different substances. 3 substances? They consisted of sugar, salt, and blood! Blood? Okay, salt was from the lyre, right? Blood if the body was stored there? If the body was stored in the statue? That's kind of creepy and weird. But if the body was somehow stored there... Blood and salt were detected in the Gemini case? I wonder whose blood it could have been. I'll ask forensics to look into it, sir. Right, I'll leave it to you, detective. That reminds me, the forensics investigating the fountain patio contacted me. It seems the sugar found in the fountain matches that found in the light blue liquid. Well, sounds like valuable information. Okay. Is that all the new information you have for me? Ah, now that you mention it, we found a rainbow light. Yes! Finally, we're going to mention the rainbow light devices in the pictures. The device was used to disguise the Autumn Palace. Seems the device that was used in the IS-7 incident is also connected to this one. I should listen to what Delicia has to say about that. I have to go back to investigating now, sir. When we get the results of the blood test, I'll let you know right away. Yes. Thank you, detective. Was that Gummy calling? That sure was a long call. But thanks to him, we now have an important piece of information. In order to break Miss Hall's alibi, I'll need to talk to everyone involved in the IS-7 incident. Alright, let's talk to Delicia first. Delicia, would you be willing to aid in the investigation? Yes, see, of course. Anything for Miley and Kay-Faye. Kay-Faye. I'll listen to whatever you have to say. I was wondering if you could stop calling me Miley. Stop calling me Kay-Faye. Fee, that's out of the question. Can't just change a name I've already decided on. Ugh. Even if we ask her, she won't listen to what we have to say at all. Alright. The decorations. Do you know anything about the decorations that I used in this museum? Specifically, the fluorescent cloths and a special device called a rainbow light device. Hi Red again, good to see you. You doing well? Yes, see, of course I do. Because they are presents that I gave to Katie. As an apology for breaking the rules 18 years ago. I gave her 4 new rock salt lamps and the 4 fluorescent cloths I used in the contest. Wow, that sounds nice. Fluorescent cloths and rock salt lamps. Ha ha ha. Seems like only us girls can understand how wonderful they are. That's a cruel thing to say, Miss Delicious. I like them too, you know. I know, right, Red? Same with Von Karma, too. Well, Von Karma is eternal, it seems. That was back when Ray Ray was still a cute little boy. Back when Mr. Shields was a cute little boy? I can't even imagine it. Are they the same decorations you saw 18 years ago? Probably. The rock salt lamp, the cloth, and the rainbow light device. They all seem the same. Fluorescent cloths were used in the Autumn Palace. But I have the feeling I saw one more of the same cloth. Yes! In her bag! And I was like, hello? Let's show Delicia and have her confirm my suspicions. There we go. Wasn't there a dirty rag in your bag that looks similar to this? I'm not gonna give any more information to someone who calls it a dirty rag. Then, would it be better if I called it a washcloth? Wrong again! It's a fluorescent cloth. Oopsie. That was supposed to be a secret. Good luck. Please tell me all you know about this fluorescent cloth. No. Let's listen more about it. Please tell me the reason why you hid this cloth. Oh, guess I have no choice, since the cat's out of the bag. I found this cloth floating in the fountain, and right after that, I was called to the Autumn Palace. So that's the moment Larry captured in his so-called sketch of beauties. At first, I thought one of the fluorescent cloths I'd given Katie had washed away. Right, okay. So she found it in the fountain. That's what Larry painted. That makes her less suspicious. But didn't you only give 4 fluorescent cloths as a present to the museum? There were 4 fluorescent cloths covering the sculptures in the Autumn Palace, right? So that's when I realized that this was the cloth that went missing 18 years ago. She had it the whole time! The poison gas broke out because someone had stolen my Megatoxin X. So I thought the fluorescent cloth had also been used for the crime. I was afraid I'd be suspected, so I didn't say anything about it to anyone. She is someone who is very guilty, kid. I see. But I sure feel a lot better after talking about it. Stress isn't good for your figure after all. 18 years ago, the cloth that was wrapped around the body went missing. Who would have thought it would turn up in the fountain along with the body? Okay. Setting off the poison gas. I'd like to ask you something since you're a pharmacist. Exactly how would one gain the knowledge required to set off poison gas? Oh, that's basic knowledge for any pharmacist acquainted with Megatoxin X. It even says on the warning label, danger, do not mix with Normalium. If we could prove that Kate had this bottle, then she clearly lied about the fact that she said she didn't know how to make the poison. Then, is there another way for someone who isn't a pharmacist to obtain that information? Well... It might be possible if they've seen the Angel's recipe. Oh! The recipe book that was the grand prize of the contest 18 years ago. Well, I mean, if she's seen that, then there you go. Just have to find the logic piece that connects to her seeing the Angel's recipe. Does this mean that you've also seen the contents of the Angel's recipe? Yes, see? That's a given, of course. The pharmaceutical company I work for is the Master Group. It's the company that makes the Cold Killer X medicine. Please, no, I don't want flashbacks. Cold Killer X. The cold medicine that promises to kill colds good. After Jeffy got declared guilty, the company took back the recipe book. However, only a small group of elite pharmacists have been allowed to see it through. Oh, see it though. Sorry. So this woman is also part of the small group of elite pharmacists. Okay. That's everything here. Talked to Catherine already. We talked to Larry. The Ray. Edgeworth said everybody involved in IS-7 incident. Miles, how does the investigation go? Well, little by little, I'm beginning to see the entire truth behind this case. Oh, it's good to hear. Uncle Ray had better not fall behind either. About the two cases. This case seems to have a lot in common with the case 18 years ago. Oh, that, yeah. What's up, Steve? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. I agree. The melted ice in the Winter Palace and the body of the victim from 18 years ago. I wonder why nobody noticed the body was missing after all this time. The only family Mr. Dover had was a young son, his son, and Mr. Gustavius' son, who attended the same elementary school. Both the children went missing? What? Hello? Why am I only finding out about this now? What? And they haven't been found yet? I haven't heard any news about Mr. Gustavius' son being found. As for Mr. Dover's son, he was found and his inheritance was delivered to him. That's why he never had a funeral. Okay. No way, they were able to make it look like the body had been in police custody. The autopsy report had also been forged, so nobody but the defense ever found out. Von Karma, you would go that far. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm tired, but good. I'm starting to get there too, but I'm enjoying this case a lot. But I'm doing well, thanks for asking. Having a good stream day. Mr. Shields, could you tell me what kind of person Miss Hall was? Miles, don't tell me. You're also interested in Katie? No, I only have eyes for one defense attorney. No. Well, all joking aside, all Uncle Ray can say is, the Kate I know is a truly admirable woman. For 18 years, she has always wanted to remain here and wait for Master's return. However, she was driven out of the mansion by Master's relatives. What? She was driven out of the mansion? No. That's because Kate isn't related by blood to Mr. Master, right? With no family and a job taken from her, She could only live on with the song and dance that Mr. Master had taught her. Wow, poor Kate, dude. She's now retired as a world-famous actress, though. Okay. Why did she retire? You should have been in different things. Because she had already saved up enough to buy this mansion. She seems to even got back the angel's recipe that had been taken by the Master Group. Okay. She says she doesn't know how to make poison gas out of normalium and fatalium, but it's apparently listed in the book, and she had access to the book. So she's lying. She probably just wanted to take back everything that she lost. It seems that Mr. Shield sympathizes with Miss Hall. Yeah, I gotta prove that she read the book, dude. But you could also say that her actions have taken away everything Mr. Master had. Alright, well, got the logic we need to connect. The method used to set off the poison gas is explained in the Angel's recipe, and the current owner of the Angel recipe is Miss Hall. Ah, so that means... Indeed. It means that it is possible that she knew how to set off the poison gas. With this, we can expose her lies for what they are. Let's go! That was a big investigation. Now, all that's left is to wait for the results of the teapot. Oh, TBC. Okay. Oh. TBC. Okay. I think now would be a good time to go make coffee real quick. Because I've been streaming for about almost 13 hours. So let's go get caffeined up. And we'll jump straight into more case. Yeah. Because I want to finish the case and I want to be up for it. Woke up early today. In the meantime, I'll leave you with... I need to find the Presto theme. Let's find it. Let's find it. In this game. No. Okay. I gotta save this one. Luckily all of this is on on Spotify. So it's fantastic. It's just all in Japanese, so I can't read it. So I just have to keep choosing until I find it. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Hello. God, I love this theme. I hope I get to hear it more. So I'm guessing I'm either at like the final part, or there might be like an extra part after. Oh, I left my window open. Sorry, one sec. Just because being in the closed room for like 13 hours with the windows closed and the streaming equipment on gets hot. Hello. God, I love this song. This is so good. I'm just waiting for it to finish first, but we'll jump straight into it in a second. Are we ready? I agree with you on all the games that we've played so far, Quando. Okay. Let's do it! I have a report. We have detected traces of normalium from the teapot. You can't be serious. It's just like Mr. Edgeworth said. I'm excited, Quando. Darn it. Did Mr. Edgeworth take the title of the best from me again? You never had it, bro. Mr. the Best. It seems you have an obsession about being the best. But when you're on a case, winning and losing is of no importance. Yes, Edgeworth. When I figured that this is what Edgeworth is, when I realized that this is what Edgeworth was all about in Ace Attorney 1, I was like, he just wants the truth. He doesn't care about winning or losing. He just wants the truth. I was very happy. What are you saying? Of course, it's best to be the best at everything. If you can't understand that, then you have no business being a prosecutor. What? Please stop harassing Sebastian. Sebastian, a person of your caliber has no need to listen to such things. Justine! Yeah, you're right. Please leave this to me. Why don't you go check on the victim's condition? Yeah, that's a great idea. I'll be right back then. Alright, I'll be waiting. Judge Courtney is much more troublesome than Mr. the Best. Well then. Miss Curator, can you tell us why normalium was discovered in the teapot? I was not aware that it contained such a chemical. I'm supposed it may have been an ingredient from the detergent I had used. So you're saying that you did not put it in deliberately? No, of course not. There is no way for me to have known how to create the poison gas. Oh my god, I want to object right here. Despite being a former actress, it seems you're not very good at lying. What do you mean? The Angel's recipe is in your possession, and the method to create the poison gas is contained inside that recipe book. So you must have known how to create it. I'm surprised you knew about that. Miss Curator, is this true? It's true that information about the poison gas is contained in one of the recipes. However, just because I saw that, just because I saw it does not mean that I was responsible for the crime. Could you tell me what set off the poison gas? It was caused by the victim heating the lid of the glass case with a burner. Haha, I see. If he locked himself in that room of his own will, and then set off the poison gas, wouldn't that suggest suicide? No, we've already been down this road with the best. Does she intend to deny it till the bitter end? Furthermore, I wouldn't have been able to obtain a chemical like Megatoxin X. That may be true, but you could have stolen it from someone else. That reminds me, I met up with Katie a week ago, and that night was when I realized my Megatoxin X was gone. Katie, you couldn't have. Mademoiselle Delicia always carried her medicine bag around with her. Anyone could have stolen it. That's right. I don't have any proof that she was the one who stole it. Kate, can't you tell us what you're hiding? I know you're not the kind of person who would hurt someone without a reason. Monsieur Shields, you doubt me as well. Setting a trap on one of the gallery's exhibits, and then disguising the rooms. I just think it would have been impossible for anyone but the curator. That's not true. There are no guards or security cameras at this gallery. If any ill-intentioned person wanted to sneak into the gallery, it would have been an easy task for them. Well, we know this all too well, because Larry got in here for free. Then, isn't it like an all-you-can-steal buffet in here? All-you-can-steal buffet. You have to be careful. You never know when a great thief could appear. It doesn't sound like a joke when Kay says it. Actually, Monsieur Gustavia apparently entered the gallery before it opened. Well, I'm beat. Looks like Uncle Ray can't do anything to break down Kate's iron guard. Might be a good idea to use that technique your old man taught me. The technique? My father taught you? This case is deeply connected to the one from 18 years ago. If we just pursue the present case, it seems like there's a lot we don't understand. But if we try turning things around, there might be a hint in the case from the past. Oh, gotta turn about. Thinking the other way around? Did my father do that too? For example, just consider the relationship between the past case and Kate. Miss Hall melted Mr. Dover's sherbet sculptures 18 years ago. Today, Mr. Dover's works are on display in this gallery. It can't be. I see. Now I know what to ask her. He. That's good to hear. In that case, Uncle Ray will just watch over you as you do your work. Can you enlighten me, Edgeworth? What are you gonna ask? Miss Catherine Hall. 18 years ago, it seems that you melted Mr. Dover's sherbet sculptures. Yes, I was young and inexperienced, and I did something inexcusable. However, isn't that why you were able to open the Zodiac Art Gallery? I don't know what you mean. I don't understand either. Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you seek her testimony? Yes, I would like her to tell me about the Zodiac Art Gallery. I would like to know the reasons you decided to open a gallery for Mr. Dover's artwork. If you insist that this is related to the case at hand, I will allow it. Miss Curator, your testimony, if you please. Very well. If that will clear your suspicions about me. Now then, please testify about the Zodiac Art Gallery. Here we go. "18 years after Monsieur Master was arrested, I was finally able to buy back this mansion. Then, in order to maintain it, I decided to manage it as an art gallery. I collected Pierre Hoquet's works from all over the world. After all, it was my dream to open the Zodiac Art Gallery." I mean, it wasn't her... I mean, I guess it technically was her dream, but she was only doing it because of Jeff. It's wonderful that your dream has come true. What do you think, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I don't believe there was anything strange about her testimony. Judge Courtney, I believe in the courtroom. It is standard to cross-examine the witness. Wouldn't you agree it's a little too early to say that there are no contradictions? You speak like a defense attorney. Very well. Proceed as you please. Alright. 18 years ago, Mr. Master was arrested. And I'm gonna press this statement. Because, like, she's doing it because of Jeff, right? Hold it! Opening the Zodiac Art Gallery was your dream? The truth is, I wanted to manage the gallery together with Monsieur Master. Singing and dancing and all kinds of... I can't, dude. That's the kind of gallery I dreamt about. She's planning on staging a musical in here. Jeffrey Master disobeyed the goddess of law. It is unfortunate, but I am afraid that your dream will never come to pass. Well, rip. No! Monsieur Master is innocent! The prosecutor at the time did not believe it, but in order to protect Catherine Hall, Jeffrey Master gave a false confession. They were both trying to protect each other. The sculptures in the Winter Palace and the same sherbet sculptures from 18 years ago. So I point that out to her. Oh, are the same. I won't be able to find out the truth. Okay. Well, let's find out more information about this one. Hold it! Pierre Hoquet. That's Mr. Dover's alias, correct? Yes, it's the name he used when he worked as a sculptor in France. About collecting his works. How did you prepare the Taurus and Gemini sculptures? I heard that Mr. Dover passed away before he completed those two sculptures. I had the sculptures in the Winter Palace specially made, based on the photos I took. Oh? Could you tell us about that in more detail? Can you tell us about that in more detail? Hello? Maybe another statement? Oh, okay. I had replicas of the sculptures in the Winter Palace, based on the photos I took. I mean, I don't see the contradiction here, if there is one. Hold it! By photos, do you mean the ones taken in Isaac Dover's room? Yes, you seem quite familiar with the events from 18 years ago, Monsieur Edgeworth. So the sculptures in the Winter Palace were replicas. They melted, and I didn't even get to see them once. No, the sherbet sculptures shouldn't have been the replicas. Miss Hall is obviously lying. After all that trouble it took to prepare them, it's a shame they melted. Winter Palace on the same sherbet sculptures from 18 years ago. Unless I point that out to her, I won't be able to find the truth. Okay. Right, so they're the same. So maybe it is the picture. Because they look the same. But it doesn't prove that that... Hang on. No, let me just look. No. Let's try it.
Well, they're the same statue. I need to prove that. So let's present the thing that makes them look like the same statue. Objection! What's wrong? Take a look at this piece of evidence. In that case, would you take a look at my dance too? I'm okay. No, dancing doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. Hi, Haspar. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. But can't the same be said about what you just said, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh. Alright. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're doing well. Edgeworth thinks they're the same. Proves that they're the same. Need to prove that the statues that she says are replicas are the same as the statues from 18 years ago. What does it say exactly? The salt, sugar, and blood detected. The sugar matches the light blue liquid found in Dover's room 18 years ago. Well, I guess if the statue's melted. Salt, sugar, and blood. If they're if it's the same liquid, does that prove that they're the same statues? I guess so, right? Like, at least the sugar part. End up in the fountain, though. Maybe. Same liquid, same statues. Objection? Okay. Did you really think that your excuses would continue to hold up? No matter how much you lie, you can't deny the composition of the sculptures. Thanks for believing in me, Yoshi. From the analysis results, it's quite clear that the sculptures in the Winter Palace are the sherbet sculptures Mr. Dover created. Oi, Miley! As a pharmacist, it's my turn to shine. What we call sugar actually comes in many different varieties and tastes. Even if the sculptures were replicas, it's nearly impossible to replicate the composition. Which means that if they're the exact same statue, then, and she had them, that means she didn't melt them? Maybe she pretended they melted? Is that what Edgeworth is trying to get at? And so she took them and stored two giant frozen sculptures for 18 years somewhere. And then put them on display, only for them to be melted again. Well, they weren't melted in the first place, but actually melted this time. I see. Thank you for the explanation, though I don't recall asking for one. That, Miss Hall, means you couldn't have melted the sherbet sculptures back then. Edgeworth's getting ready to point. You stole them and preserved them for 18 years. Well, that is what Edgeworth was getting at. Ah!
What? She preserved the sherbet for 18 whole years? If you freeze it properly, it's not impossible. Dude, 18-year-old candy. Silence, please. Miss Curator, what do you have to say? I can't believe you've already uncovered so much. So you're admitting that you stole the sherbet sculptures? No, I cannot admit to such a thing. There isn't any proof that I stole them after all. Also, I couldn't have stolen the sculptures 18 years ago. I don't think they would have been easy to steal without the police noticing. Is that so? I don't know what you did 18 years ago. As such, how can I judge how difficult it would have been to steal them? Sorry, hiccup. It looks like you won't give up so easily. I don't intend on giving up until I learn the truth. I understand. Then I shall tell you what I did 18 years ago. What did you do 18 years ago? On the day of the incident, I was waiting in the main building until the judging. During the judging, at Monsieur Master's request, I went to change the film in the camera, which we know. Before I could deliver the camera to him, I discovered Monsieur Dover's body. After Monsieur Gregory arrived, I prepared tea for everyone involved in the investigation. It was then that I witnessed Monsieur Gustavia entering Mr. Dover's room. And that was everything I had done on that day. I don't think there is anything suspicious about my actions. Okay, I mean, she took the picture off the body, which we know, and then the body went missing, which is... so... making her the most likely culprit to have moved it. That's not your decision to make. Mr. Edgeworth, were there any contradictions in her testimony? For now, I should just prove that she stole the sculptures. But when could Miss Wall have stolen them? If I can come to that, if I can answer that, her crime should come to light. Well, she went to go take... after she discovered the body, we know that she went to go take pictures. And she took lots and lots and lots of pictures. 14 pictures, I think it was, of the sculptures. So she could have stolen them in that time. So I'm going to press this one first. Before I could deliver the camera to him, I discovered Monsieur Dover's body. Hold it! So you entered Mr. Master's room before you delivered the camera? Yes, I heard the sound of something breaking, you see? Monsieur Master? Are you in here? Ah! That was actually the sound of the ship breaking. Someone snuck a bite of it, you see. When the body was discovered, was Mr. Master still judging Mr. Gustavia's room? I am sure that he was. Monsieur Master is the type of person who would carefully judge one room at a time. She found Mr. Dover's body inside Mr. Master's room. Could Miss Wall have stolen the sculptures then? I think so, right? Because if she went to go take pictures... Yeah, it must have been after she discovered the body. And when she went to go take the pictures. I think so. During... yeah. Yeah, she stole them then. That was when you stole the sherbet sculptures. And how would I have done that? That's... Oh, is it... Oh. Oh. Maybe I misunderstood something. Let me listen to it again. Sorry. Hold it! Mr. Master's room before you delivered the camera. The sound of something breaking, alright? We know that. Right. The body was discovered. Mr. Master was still judging Mr. Gustavia's room, which is the room next to it. Sure that he was. Mr. Master is the type of person who would carefully judge one room at a time. Mr. Dover body's inside Mr. Master's room. Yeah, afterwards. Right? She would have had an opportunity. If Gustavia wasn't around, or was with the Master in Gustavia's room. She went to go take pictures. She could have stolen them. But apparently it's wrong. Unless I'm missing something. But it must have been after the body. It's definitely after the body was discovered. But this is when we arrived. After Monsieur Gregor. There's no way she could have done it when we arrived, because we were watching the entire time. So it must have been before then and oh, okay. Now I'm confused. Alright, let me press this statement. See what she says. Because we arrived. We weren't allowed to go into Dover's room. We only went into Master's room. Everybody was in Master's room. From what I remember. Yeah, we only got to go into Dover's room with Von Karma later on. Much later on. And that's when the sculptures were missing. Because they had been stolen. Look at the evidence. This one's a tricky one. I really thought it was when she went to go take the pictures, but... because everyone would have been busy, she would have had the time to do it. Alright, let me press the statement. Hold it! Did you do so in the same manner as today? Yes, I poured tea for everyone working on the investigation. Now that you mention it, Uncle Ray also got some tea from you that day. Yeah, I remember. Kate was pushing her service cart back and forth from the patio to the main building. I see. Did anything seem strange to you then? Well, I remember your old man singing praises of her Ceylon tea. And he also said something about how the saucer was chilled. The saucer was chilled? And she was coming out. Wait a second. What does the service cart look like? And what does the trolley look like? The surface of the platform is wet. If she had the tablecloth, I need to look at the flashback picture again. Hang on. I need to look at it again. Because if it wasn't the service cart, if it was the trolley instead, and she had covered, and she had the statues on the trolley and covered them with a tablecloth. It wouldn't lay flat though. I guess she could have put it in like a case, but then they would have been cold, and that's why the saucers were chilled. Because they were on top of like things that were frozen. This was when you stole the sherbet sculptures. The music stopped. I'm sorry, but Monsieur Shields and company were at the fountain patio the entire time. Are you saying that I stole them in broad daylight? That's precisely what I'm saying. That looks like the trolley. Are you kidding? We were right next to the sculptures? Dude. If this is true, I'm gonna be like... Neither my father nor Mr. Shields realized the sculpture was right in front of them. That what you were pushing around was no ordinary service cart. It was the sculpture itself! Ah! But surely that would still be impossible. If she placed the sculptures on the service cart, people would notice immediately. Thanks, Courtney! I never said she used the service cart to move the sculptures. What? What do you mean? Then what did she use to move the sculptures around? This is what Miss Hall used to transport the sculptures. Alright. Trolley. Take that! And this is... Alright, this is actually big brains. This is the lift trolley Mr. Dover used 18 years ago to move his sherbet sculpture. It seems this same lift trolley lies here in the fountain patio. That's because it was originally prepared for the contest in the first place. Are you saying she used the lift trolley to move the sculptures? Yes. Alright, if the sculptures were placed on this lift trolley and then covered with a tablecloth, it could be disguised as a service cart and moved without arousing suspicion. How could that be? So the saucers were chilled because they were sitting on the ice sculptures? Kate, what's the meaning of this? What were you thinking? That was truly impressive. You certainly are. Monsieur Gregory's son. She thought she got away with this for 18 years. After 18 years, it's hard to imagine any proof that I stole the sculptures remained. But I knew it was only a matter of time until I was suspected. Miss Curator, does this mean you admit to stealing the sculptures? Yes, I admit it. 18 years ago, I stole the sherbet sculptures from Monsieur Dover's room. It's just as Monsieur Edgeworth says. I disguised the lift trolley as a service cart, and I served tea as I made my way back and forth. That wasn't all. I also took the ice block with all the star clusters on it. An ice block with star clusters on it? It seems familiar. Does indeed, yeah. I remember with the little kid watching it. Oh yeah, and he did mention the inside was hollow. The Winter Palace is a reproduction of Mr. Dover's room from 18 years ago. Because they had melted, my father never got the chance to see them. But those blocks of ice were also originally from Dover's Sherbet Salon. The 2 sculptures and the 2 blocks of ice. I took everything I could. And then I placed empty glass cases in Monsieur Dover's room. The sculptures were all encased in glass to preserve their fine details. But the ice blocks were being displayed as they were. As per the rules, we prepared the glass cases for Mr. Dover. So it would have been easy for her to prepare the glass cases. In Monsieur Dover's room, there were some sculptures that were still unfinished. I thought if I melted them, it would look like the ones I stole and melted too. That's what I was going to ask. Where did all the liquid come from? So, everything you see in the Winter Palace are all original works from 18 years ago. Miss Hall, it didn't take much to get her to confess. And she must know. She knows it isn't enough to try her in court. That is all I have left to say, but even though I admit to stealing the sculptures, you can't arrest me for it. What? What do you mean by that? Statute of limitations. Heavens! You're assisting an investigation without knowing this much? Perhaps you should read this book concerning the statute of limitations. Alright. Statute of limitations? Wait, I actually got the book. Okay. Reminds me of when I got the rule book in 2.4. Statute of limitations. Murder 15 years, theft 7 years. If the suspect flees to or lives in a foreign country, the time limit on hold. The time limit is on hold until the suspect returns. Ooh. So we just need to prove that she was abroad for many years. If possible accomplices are on trial, the countdown is stopped until the verdict is reached, and then resumes. Okay. And Jeff was on trial for a year. If charges are pressed to demand compensation, the statute is frozen for the length of that procedure. Oh yeah, 1-5, not 2-4. I was just thinking of final case. Okay. More rules I have to remember. To put it simply, it's the time frame in which a suspect can be taken into court. You can see it on this page. Oh, it showed me it anyway. Oh, I would not have been able to read it. So it's a good thing I looked at it. The statute of limitations for murder is 15 years, and for theft is 7 years. Ha! That's right. And Miss Hall's theft was 18 years ago. According to the statute, she cannot be arrested for stealing the sculptures. So that's how it is. Stealing evidence from a crime scene is an unforgivable offense. However, for this crime at least, we have no right to pass judgment. It appears that Prosecutor Edgeworth's tepid reasoning has all been for naught. Bruh, she... okay. I wonder about that. Sorry, that's my mouse pointer on the screen. I deduced Miss Hall's actions simply to expose a different crime. If only she took the sculptures. Oh, if she only took the sculptures, we wouldn't have found the body from 18 years ago. Are you saying that I hid Monsieur Dover's body? That's correct. But how can someone hide a body for 18 years? I imagine it would be very difficult, under normal circumstances. So you're saying the circumstances weren't normal? Are you claiming that you know where the body was hidden? When you consider Miss Hall's actions, the answer becomes obvious. Obvious. How could you have hidden them? I mean, if she took the body with her and put it in the ice block with the other sculptures. Is that what Edgeworth is trying to say? If you're so confident, I would like to hear your answer. Well, I'm gonna have to present an answer. Body must have been hidden somewhere, right? It was moved to the statue. She could have taken them and moved the statues and the body. No, but but it was after. No, wait, but where did she hide it today? Why did the body appear today? It must have been in the statue? Is that what they're trying to say? Maybe she coated the body with... This sounds really obscure. I don't even want to say this theory out loud because it sounds really weird. And it might sound really silly. But it must be. That's the only thing that's like super similar to now. And did she coat the body? Okay, what I was gonna say, did she coat the body, bring the statues, coat the body in frozen sherbet, and then when it melted, the body like somehow flowed from the river into the fountain? I feel like I'm missing a piece of information. What's up, Johan? Thanks for being sub for 10 months. Hope you're doing well today. Appreciate the support. You're great, Johan. It's good to see you. I mean, it must be related to the statues, and I feel like my theory kind of makes sense, but I'm missing something. Alright. Let's go with this. Let me see what Edgeworth says. Because I don't think it could be anything else, based on the evidence I have. Take that! This is the photograph of Mr. Dover's sculptures. Yes. Perhaps you've noticed that the victim's body can be seen in this picture. I am currently Courtney right now. I do not see it. Please point it out clearly. Where in this picture can one see the body of the victim? But maybe Edgeworth is trying to say what I'm saying. Right. In that the body is covered by the sherbet. But what I don't get is if it's the same as the sculpture before, and he made the sculpture, then it's not like he killed himself and put himself in the sculpture and covered himself in sherbet. That doesn't make any sense. That's why I'm just like, I'm missing some piece of information. But it's definitely the statue. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what I'm missing before Edgeworth tells me. I don't know, dude. I think this is one where I'm gonna ponder it for a while and not figure it out. Edgeworth might have to just tell me. All right. Go on, Edgeworth. I need your big brain here. The Gemini sculpture? Yeah. Well, it may look like the Gemini sculpture at first glance. In reality, this is none other than Isaac Dover himself. Okay. This sculpture was the victim's body? But all I can see from this picture is an ice sculpture statue. That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to conceal it. Conceal it? Which piece of evidence did Miss Hall use to conceal the body? The sherbet, but I don't have that as a truth bullet. Oh, sorry, I said truth bullet again. I'm gonna find myself in court one day and say truth bullet. Like, I'm like the sherbet. She covered the body in sherbet. I mean, I'm trying. Edgeworth, I'm trying, okay? mean, I've been right about the locations so far. But this isn't the sherbet, this is the chocolate. I'm gonna try it. Take that!
Take that.
She used this! Oh, this is definitely not right. Okay, thanks. Rubbing it in my face. Mr. Edgeworth, let's sing a duet for let's not, okay. No, I'll be fine alone. Next time, I won't let her sing. I don't have time to waste. Prosecutor Edgeworth, please get it right this time. I don't have the sherbet as a truth bullet. The piece of evidence! Stop it! Evidence bullet. I'm missing something. I must be missing something. This is like the most stuck I felt in a case so far. It's because I came up with this stupid theory. And I can't get it out of my head, and I can't think of anything else. I have this image of her just covering the body in sherbet and then putting it in a freezer. Alright, it's not the sherbet. What else could it be? What else is in the picture? We have the box, and then we have the rainbow light thing, and then the cloth. I guess it might be the cloth? Maybe it was just the cloth. Maybe there was no sherbet attached to the body. But would that be enough to be that convincing close up? Is there anything other thing I can think of? I feel like you would notice that close up. But let's try it. Oh, it was found in the fountain! Like the body! Oh my god, alright. Take that! This is the cloth that was covering the sculpture in the Autumn Palace. The cloth manipulates light. With it, it's entirely possible to make something look like eyes. Isn't that right, Delicia? Yes, see? When it glows red, it's like a raging inferno. I'm gonna have a nightmare about molding things with sherbet. And when it glows blue, you can almost feel the glittering cool ice. That cloth will only emit light when it is attached to a special device, which is in the picture. It's one of the first things I noticed, and I got very excited about it. Judge Courtney, look closely at the picture one more time. Beneath the Gemini case lies a box-shaped object attached to the pedestal. This is a rainbow light device. Detective Gumshoe reported one in the Winter Palace. This is the device that went missing 18 years ago. Thanks, chat, for bearing with me. I apologize. Originally, it would have been attached to the cloth inside the glass case. Naturally, Miss Hall took the device with her when she moved the sculptures. By using the rainbow light device to make the fluorescent cloth glow, Mr. Dover's body was made to look like an ice sculpture. Yeah, I guess I also just didn't really think that it would be that convincing enough to, in my own head. Like, I felt like it'd have to be more convincing than that. It's ridiculous. So then, Uncle Ray took a photo of the Winter Palace. That's right. The body had been in front of us all along, disguised as Gemini. However, the body and the fluorescent cloth were both discovered in the fountain. If the ice sculpture was the body, we would have found it in the Winter Palace. If we had found it there, her trick would have been revealed immediately. Miss Hall moved the body out of the Winter Palace to prevent us from discovering it. Absurd! You say she threw the body into the fountain without any of us noticing? No, Judge Courtney. There was no need for that. She simply used the same method as before. Remember the lift trolley? Ah! She moved the body to some other room and dumped it into the stream to the fountain, right. Naturally, the frozen body would have sunk to the bottom of the fountain. That's why the cloth floated up first, and was found by Delicia. And eventually, the body thawed out and floated to the surface. Monsieur Edgeworth, you truly have a gift for deductive reasoning. However, do you have any proof that I moved the body? Oh god, not this again. If you cannot prove that, then there is no way I can accept what you are saying. Wasn't there anyone who saw Miss Hall move the body? Yes, I believe such a person exists. That answer lies in the evidence that person gave me, and that piece of evidence will reveal the truth of Miss Hall's actions. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you able to prove the crime of Miss Curator? Certainly. I have the evidence that will show exactly what she did. Then, it's time we see your answer. Which piece of evidence reveals Miss Curator's actions? I'm pretty sure it's the picture that Larry drew, right? Showing her moving the stuff. Yeah. But does this count as proof? It's a picture by Larry. Take that! Take that! Another sketch? Yeah. I mean, it's like taking a, well, you know, picture. Larry saw it happen, drew it. It's fine. It's the same thing. Another sketch. Hi Gab, good to see you. Good morning. Oh, it appears I have been drawn in this one. Oh, ignore that. We don't care about you. This is a sketch Larry drew of the woman at the fountain patio. I would like to direct your attention to the service cart on the left of the sketch. Service cart? What about it? Don't you see? What transpired 18 years ago has happened again. Miss Hall was moving the body in this sketch. No, Larry's here somewhere. I think he's probably just drawing something. He is good. He has improved a lot since Ace Attorney 3. I must say. Please wait! I don't see Monsieur Dover's body anywhere in that drawing. All I did was hand out chocolates to everyone. The key detail in the sketch is the color of the tablecloth. Up until now, I thought Larry had just made a mistake. The tablecloth? It's light blue. It may be light blue in the sketch, but no blue tablecloths exist in this mansion. Perhaps it's light blue because the body was hidden, still glowing, underneath the tablecloth. What? Alright, that makes more sense. But the lift trolley is rectangular in this sketch. If she just placed the body in the lift trolley, we would have noticed it immediately. There was another block of ice. Okay. I wasn't 100% sure, that's why I didn't want to say it out loud yet. There were 2 blocks of ice in the Winter Palace that are completely hollowed out. If she put the body inside the block of ice, it would have looked like a service cart. That's... Miss Hall, you put the body in the block of ice and used the lift trolley to move it, didn't you? I never imagined you would be able to do so much from just such a singular sketch. But what if it was just a mistake? Like you said before, it doesn't prove anything. I agree that alone this sketch is worthless. Once you remove the body, the service cart would revert back to a lift trolley. That's why the lift trolley was left behind in the fountain patio. And without the service cart, there would be no place for you to put your chocolates. The chocolates I gave everyone. Until then, the chocolates had sat on top of the service cart, as you gave them away.
Right. They were kept inside her pocket, so they had melted a little.
But when you gave them to us, you took them from your pockets.
Yeah.
Ah, now that you mention it, they were a bit melted. But they were still really sweet and tasty. So why was it necessary to put them in your pockets halfway through? That's because once the body was disposed of, you no longer had a service cart.
Alright.
Hold it right there! If she put the chocolates in her pockets and left the lift trolley in the patio, then where did the tablecloth go? If she had been forced to put the chocolates in her pockets, she wouldn't have had time to dispose of the tablecloth. So she must still have it? Prosecutor Edgeworth, can you answer that for me? The tablecloth wasn't hidden. It's right in front of us. Is that what she's wearing? Wait a second. I need to take a look at her again. No, I need to take a look at her. Do clarify. She's wearing a white thing, but I thought that was part of her outfit. But she might just be wearing a tablecloth. She must have it on her. There was no place for her to dispose of it. We would have found it. Like, she couldn't have put it in the fountain. Isn't it obvious? Miss Hall is carrying it with her out in the open. Look! Out in the open? She says, as she's wearing it out in the open. Ah, you mean... Miss Hall, you are wearing the tablecloth around your waist! Yeah, well at least Afro was able to hide it under his wheelchair. The block of ice was not encased in a glass case. In other words, the tablecloth was in direct contact with the block of ice. If we have it examined, we will undoubtedly find traces of sherbet on it. Miss Hall, you will turn your tablecloth over to the police at once. Uh-oh. There's no need to examine the tablecloth. It is just as you say. I stole the poison from Madame Delicia, and I moved the body. Crocodile tears? Real tears? I have done terrible things. Madame Delicia, I am so sorry. 1 week ago, I took your Megatoxin X bottle. I slipped it into that man's pocket to make it look like suicide. And if they suspected it was murder, the evidence would point to Madame Delicia. Oh, Katie! Kate, what were you thinking? Aren't we always trying to save Mr. Master together? I could not let myself be arrested. Not until I had proven Monsieur Master's innocence. From the very beginning, I had planned to turn myself in once everything was over. But I suppose it is too late to say that now. Kate, why? Why would you go this far? Even for Monsieur Shields, I've caused nothing but trouble. For the past 18 years, I have been a criminal. The IS-7 incident. Don't tell me that you were the true culprit. My greatest crime was stealing the sherbet sculpture for my own selfish interests. When Monsieur Dover died, they were no longer just ordinary sculptures. They had become the final works of the sculptor Monsieur Master so deeply loved. What if they melted before Monsieur Master returned? With that in mind, I couldn't let anyone touch them, not even the police. Even though I knew it was wrong, I moved them to the mansion's freezer. However, I only wanted to preserve Monsieur Dover's art. I did not know his body was hidden among them. So she stole the sculptures without noticing the body. So she didn't move the body into the sculpture room. At least that's what she's claiming. Monsieur Master would never take another person's life. But because of me, the body vanished, and Monsieur Master was found guilty. That kind man, he treated someone like me as family. He meant more to me than anyone else. And yet... Kate. When Monsieur Master was found guilty, I was chased out of this mansion. I was finally able to reclaim the mansion just a few days ago, but when I saw the sculpture still sleeping away in the freezer, I realized that I was the one who hid Monsieur Dover's body. However, the statute of limitations had already expired. Therefore, I could think of no other way to atone for my sins. It appears I have misunderstood her. It seems she caused this entire incident in order to save Mr. Master. What you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth? There is one thing that has been bothering me this whole time. Why would Miss Hall plan a murder with such an uncertain method like poison gas? And the reason she disguised the Autumn Palace to look like the Winter Palace was to make those involved in the incident 18 years ago confuse the two rooms. I wonder what Kate was trying to accomplish. She was trying to prove Mr. Master's innocence. In that case, Miss Hall's true objective was to find the true culprit. She knew that the true culprit would know that the body, the real body, was with the statue and was preserved. So when the real culprit heard about this exhibit happening and it was going to be a replica of the previous statues, the real culprit knew that the real body would be on display. And so Kate knew that the killer would try to sneak in and take the body as evidence, which is why she planted the poison gas. I think. That sounds like it makes sense. She's playing like 5D chess with the killer. I think. I'm doubting myself after the whole sherbet fiasco. But it makes sense. Perhaps she was trying to find the true culprit. Miss Hall, were you trying to prove Mr. Master's innocence? You wanted to reveal the true culprit and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Was that not your true goal? By displaying those sculptures, you'd attract those involved in the past incident. Only two people would know where the body was hidden. You and the true culprit. Okay. The culprit would have panicked, knowing that the body would be displayed publicly. Okay, good. Alright. Feel a bit more confident in myself now. Yes, and if the culprit really showed up, there's the risk they'd erase their tracks. In the worst case scenario, they might have even stolen the body. So, how could she protect the evidence while simultaneously luring in the culprit? I see. That's why she made the Autumn Palace look like the Winter Palace. Yes. And then, Miss Hall, you must have thought, whoever opens the Pisces case, believing it to be the Gemini case, must be the true culprit of the IS-7 incident. What? But that means that person is the true culprit, Gustavia? Please wait a moment, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Do you realize what you're saying? Do you intend to accuse that person of being the culprit behind the IS-7 incident? Miss Hall was trying to trap the true culprit. If so, wouldn't the person who fell for the trap be the true culprit? However, I have no evidence to back up my claims. If I make a formal accusation without any proof, it will not end well. Should I announce the true killer of Isaac Dover? It will not end well. But I know it must be Gustavia, because he's the one who opened it. I have an idea. It's definitely to do with his son, right? His son was kidnapped. His son was kidnapped up until the finals. And so maybe Gustavia was blackmailed. This blackmail theme has come up a lot throughout the game. If you don't do something about Dover, we'll kill your son or something. But then, like, Dover's son came back, right? But Gustavia's son was never found. But it's definitely to do with his son. Could have been blackmailed. Anyway, we have to make an accusation now. We can't, because it must be Gustavia. There's no other person it could be. Kate did a fantastic job luring the culprit. It's just a shame she didn't tell us what her plan was. But it's fine. It's okay. I understand why. What I should do is reveal the truth. In that case, there is no need to hesitate. Do what Edgeworth does best and point out the truth. Yes, that's correct, Judge Courtney. I indict this person as the true culprit behind the IS-7 incident. Take that! Take that! Oh, I did a deep voice. Dane Gustavia, who fell victim to the poison gas, is the true culprit of the IS-7 incident. Custody is... Mr. Gustavia. Miss Hall, didn't you believe that if you open this gallery, the true culprit would come? That's why you set up the poison gas trap, is it not? You truly have a gifted mind, just like your father. It is as you say, Monsieur Edgeworth. This is a really cool case. I see why people really like this one. Now that it's all coming to a head and everything's kind of unraveling. Now, would you please tell us the whole truth? Yes, I have nothing more to hide. I will tell you everything. I set a trap in the gallery to find the true culprit. Before the gallery opened, I left only the Autumn Palace unlocked. At opening time, when I went around to unlock each room, I discovered that the Autumn Palace had been locked from the inside. I knew that the true culprit was on the other side of the door. My hand was trembling. All that was left was for the trap to do its work. When I heard Monsieur Gustavia was exposed to the poison gas, I realized he was the culprit, and I thought that if the police discovered Monsieur Dover's body, it would prove Monsieur Master's innocence. Why didn't you ever come talk to me? It might have been another way. I know that you did everything you could for me over the past 18 years. However, all of this had been brought on by my own crime. That's why I wanted to save Monsieur Master as soon as possible. Kate. Oh, Kate. Not only that, the police hid the fact that the body went missing 18 years ago. Even if I reported the body, there was a chance that the truth would be hidden again. It's always Von Karma's fault, dude. That's why I caused the incident at the museum's opening, with as many witnesses as possible. I'm sorry. Gregory, Mr. Master, and even you. I couldn't protect anyone. Mr. Shields. It must be tough on him as well. The one who should be apologizing is me. Monsieur Edgeworth, Monsieur Shields, I'm terribly sorry. I shall accept whatever punishment I am given. However, I must ask of you, please clear Monsieur Master's name. The truth that was hidden for 18 years was revealed in an unexpected manner. However, to think that things would end this way. TBC. Let's get Mr. Master out of jail. Miss Hall, have you composed yourself? Yeah, Larry's there. Just observing. Yes. What you did, no matter the reason, was unforgivable. Yes, I know. However, you committed this crime in order to prove Mr. Master's innocence. If the true culprit is someone else, we have a duty to reinvestigate. Courtney's like, no you don't. No false evidence from the IS-7 incident remains in the official case files. The best is... No, he went off to go do something else, right? Courtney was like, you don't deserve... Oh, no. Yeah. They don't deserve to be in your presence. You can go somewhere else. And the best was like, okay, and then went somewhere else. Moreover, there is no evidence to lend credence to Miss Hall's testimony. Sorry. Try to mimic his objection voice. I'm still trying to figure out the nature behind why Courtney would choose the best. Maybe she wants someone that she can get a handle on and control, and the best is the easiest choice by far. Because, like, if she was trying to control someone like a young Francisca or a young Edgeworth, it wouldn't. It would be very hard to control them properly. We should first arrest Miss Hall as the culprit behind today's incident. So that's my guess, but like there's some bigger underlying thing that's happening throughout this game in terms of the prosecutor world that I'm trying to figure out still. I still need to figure out what exactly the chief prosecutor had to do with the first case. We cannot be certain that all of the case files are accurate. After all, the prosecutor in the case has a history of forging evidence. Wow, that was probably hard for him to say. Oh, really, Omega? I like doing Yanni Yogi's voice and Polly's voice. Are you suggesting that the PIC overlooked such a prosecutor? That's none of my concern. The truth is that evidence was falsified. And the fact that Dover's body from 18 years ago was just discovered proves it. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I can see remnants of Prosecutor Von Karma within you. What did you say? You tried to deceive the PIC and fabricate the truth. He... What? No, he doesn't! All he cares about is finding the real truth. He doesn't care whether he wins or loses or whose feelings get hurt in the process. All he wants to know is the truth. Courtney, don't make up some BS. Let me inform you of my, or rather, the PIC's logic. If you go back to when I did Ace Attorney 1, it's a long time ago. I think it was the second or the third casual game I ever played on stream. It was fun. It's the first time I got to voice act a game so much, because, you know, 999 has voice acting, and so does Danganronpa, for the most part. So Ace Attorney was full of voice acting. It was really fun to mess around with it. No, it was only like a year and a half ago. I acknowledge that Prosecutor Von Karma fabricated the information about the body. However, he successfully convicted Mr. Master as an accomplice. I believe the true culprit was Miss Curator herself. She even attempted to murder Mr. Gustavia today, in order to pin the blame on him. There's no way she believes that. Has she just not been listening? Is that really what the PIC believes? Yes. Every word I utter is for the sake of law and order. I know, right? 999 would be the only casual game I play on stream. It seems she intends to hide the truth for the sake of the PIC. At this rate, neither Mr. Master nor Miss Hall will be saved. Okay, she doesn't believe in it, but she, you know, has to do a job. Which is... ugh. But, no. Blaming an innocent lady is not nice. Yeah, I bet you never thought you'd see me do Persona 4 on stream, Akuro. 2 years ago. Hold it! She doesn't believe this, but I don't know if I can convince her to, like, tell the truth. I'm glad you guys have been enjoying the casual stuff. It's been I know it's very different from the speedruns, but it's been really fun. And look, it allows me to do, like, longer streams, because I can only speedrun for so long before, you know, now that I'm older, before my hands start hurting and... Well, not hurting, but, you know, I start to play at a worse ability the longer I play. I've been noticing it. Now that I'm getting older, I'm 26, I'm gonna be 27. But now I could do long streams like this. Oh my god. Yeah, my movements start to get sluggish if I start speedrunning for longer than like 7 hours. Something I've noticed when doing practice and things like that. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt. It just, you know, it feels a bit more sluggish. So I just know that the runs are less optimal after like 5, 6, 7 hours. Like, I can see the fact that I'm not reacting as fast, or that I'm not pressing the buttons as well as I would like to. Old age, man. Long streams like next week and today. Today's been a pretty long stream too. Anyway, let's keep going. Are you saying that both Miss Hall and Mr. Master murdered Isaac Dover? Mr. Master committed the murder while Miss Curator moved the body. That's what I believe. What? How can you say that? We would never kill Monsieur Dover. Did you not steal the body and preserve it for 18 years? She has already confessed to her crimes, and now it is not the time to judge her of her past crimes. In that case, let's judge Miss Hall for her current crimes. No, never mind. Hold it. Yeah, like I have a couple friends who have a carpal tunnel. One good friend, Fi, has it really badly, which is like to the point he can't even use mouse and keyboard at all. Sorry, if you wanted to pin the crime on somebody, why choose Mr. Gustavia? Perhaps Mr. Gustavia suspected Miss Hall was the criminal, as he attempted to confirm whether or not the Gemini sculpture was genuine. He was caught in a trap, meant to silence him forever. Can you prove that theory? Mr. Gustavia is currently teetering on the brink of death. There's probably no way to prove it, unless he regains consciousness. In other words, there is nothing we can do for now. That can't be true. There must still be something we can do. You still don't get it, do you? Allow me to give you a clearer explanation. We already have ample evidence from both. There is no need to investigate further. What? Explain to me in more detail. Hold it! By ample evidence, you mean? For the IS-7 incident, we have the body, the murder weapon, and a pair of suspects. For the poison gas incident, we have the 2 chemicals, and Miss Hall's confession. Okay. Furthermore, I have finished collecting all the evidence necessary for your own PIC hearing, prosecutor. That has nothing to do. Just shush. I don't care about that at the moment. What? How can you say something like that so casually? Miles, you know you're always welcome to join the Edgeworth Law Officers. Thanks, dude. Ugh. Judge Courtney, I'd like to ask that you refrain from making such needless remarks. I understand. Well, regardless. Hold it! Are you saying that there is nothing left for us to investigate? We have already exhausted all ends in regards to the evidence. This court will accept no further deliberations. I shall now deliver my verdict for the defendant, Catherine Hall. I hereby— We are not in court, Courtney. Shush. Hold it! There is still a need for further investigation. If you wish to halt my verdict, please do so with evidence. That is, if there is any evidence that requires further deliberation. I cannot allow this case to end here. There is still something that needs to be cleared up. Looks like I'll have to show Judge Courtney something to convince her. Something that needs to be cleared up. Okay, let's take a look. Salt, sugar, and blood. why was the liar salty in the first place? That I still don't know. And the blood hasn't been identified yet. I mean, it's almost definitely Dover's, right? If it was frozen and preserved. But we still need to analyze it. You know, get Emma on the scene and do some blood analysis.
I think that's one. Let me look at the other pieces of evidence. That sounds... I mean, there's a lot there. There's two big things there. Chocolates, we don't care. No. 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 Yes, but we haven't really brought it up yet. Never used this. This must be why the liar is salty. I'm just trying to figure out why. Did we figure out who left these fingerprints? Oh, not fingerprints, but just the marks. Yes. Like, it's not useful now. 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 Okay, yeah, let's go with the liquid analysis. And if not, then maybe the picture of his son being kidnapped. Objection! Oh. There is still one piece of evidence from the IS-7 incident that remains unsettled. Take a look at this. This is the forensic results from the Gemini sculpture that melted in the Winter Palace. According to the results of the analysis, traces of someone's blood were found. Who does this blood belong to? Until we know the answer, this case is still open. Okay, so they're talking about the blood rather than the salt. There was blood mixed in with the remains of the Gemini sculpture. I heard nothing of this from Sebastian. This was a report from Detective Gumshoe. I had planned to tell Mr. DeBest myself. So even though you had no investigative authority, you still did as you pleased. Oh, a long time. Okuro, probably almost as long as PJ Salt. I shall report everything that transpired today to the PIC. I shall not avert my eyes from the truth, nor shall I overlook the mistakes of the past. Well, there you go. Now you know. If you wish to report my actions to the PIC, be my guest. But in exchange, I want you to let me investigate this case to the very end. Threats do nothing against Edgeworth, dude. It is not my place to decide such things. I must ask that you check with Sebastian regarding this matter. Hey, good news, you guys! Hello? Oh, look who's up, dude. Thanks to our earlier detection, Mr. Gustavia's life was saved. Alright, time to throw him in prison. Mr. Gustavia! So, he's alive! Would you be the ones who saved my life? Hey, Mr. Gustavia. You are Sir Assistant, are you not? You've grown so big this time. This one is your assistant, then? No, I'm... He's an assistant candidate. And Gregory Edgeworth's son. I am Miles Edgeworth, a prosecutor. What a twist of fate. I am in your debt. It is thanks to you that I have completely recovered. There is no need for thanks. Since you're alive, we can reach the truth behind this incident 18 years ago. What do you speak of? While you were unconscious, the truth has started to come to light. You may be Isaac Dover's murderer. Oh, I bet you wasn't expecting that. What? Really? Miss Hall was looking for the criminal behind the events of 18 years ago.
That's why she set up the poison gas in the Pisces case. Mr. Gustavia, the events of the incident 18 years ago. Tell us what really happened. So, you wish to remain silent? Nah, I think he's just meditating. He can sleep standing up? What a useful skill to have! Meditation is different from sleeping, though. Mr. Gustavia, please tell us what you did 18 years ago. I'm the criminal because I fell for the trap. Oh, whoops. I'm a victim, not the culprit. Mr. Gustavia, it has not yet been made clear whether or not you are the criminal. This is only their baseless speculation. Do not concern yourself with the drivel of a prosecutor without jurisdiction. At least there is one person here who understands. My name is Justine Courtney. I am a judge. If you would like, I would be happy to assist you. Let us show Prosecutor Edgeworth the truth of 18 years ago. Ugh. Understood. I shall prove my innocence to you, Sir Prosecutor. Judge Courtney, is that your answer? Do you intend to bury the truth of the IS-7 incident before it can be brought to light? I merely believe in the judgments of the Goddess of Law. Ultimately, those who render judgment are only human. As long as humans control the law, there is no guarantee that every verdict is correct. Yes, Edgeworth, thank you. If you are going to help conceal the truth, I will not hold back. I look forward to it. Lady Justine, what should I do now? You are being suspected because you set off the poison gas. Can you tell us the reason? Yes. Why you opened the Pisces case? Understood. I came to see Sir Dover's works from 18 years ago. However, I accidentally entered the museum a half an hour before it opened. Miss Hall, there was nobody at the entrance, correct? Since I thought the criminal from 18 years ago might be coming, I had no security guards in place. I didn't even lock the doors. I was very busy with opening preparations, so there was nobody on the first floor. In addition, I locked every palace door aside from the autumn one. I see. This must have been done in order to lure the criminal to the autumn palace. Which is why he ended up entering the autumn palace. It's already suspicious that he snuck into the museum in the first place. The gallery should remain silent. Oh my god, please. Unless you have evidence that can prove his testimony false, I will not allow any objections. Gallery? This isn't even a courtroom.
I just wanted to see, does the gas burner have fingerprints? I guess not. Oh.
Now then. Why did you open the Pisces case?
I wish to view Sir Dover's handiwork up close. The Gemini sculpture. No, it was actually the Pisces, wasn't it? The lid had been frozen shut, so I borrowed a burner to... Okay, well, he's admitting that. But as soon as I opened the lid, poison gas began pouring out. That's quite a convenient testimony.
It all sounds like a total lie, doesn't it? There are parts of Mr. Gustavia's testimony that I have issues with as well. However, there is no evidence to disprove it. But that's...
Would it not make sense for suspicion to fall on Lady Catherine before myself? She may have intended to release the poison gas haphazardly. Kate turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. That's a good point. She was specifically targeting the person who triggered the trap. Mr. Gustavia, you were her only target. You are willing to accept the words of this criminal as the truth? Miss Hall must atone for her crimes. However, the same can be said for the criminal from 18 years ago. Sir Prosecutor, it seems you wish to suspect me to the bitter end. However, I had no reason to murder Sir Dover. If there is no evidence to suggest that I killed him, you cannot suspect me.
Mr. Edgeworth, can't you prove that Mr. Gustavia is the criminal? All we know for sure is that Mr. Gustavia fell victim to the poison gas. No matter how strange his behavior was, it won't prove he committed the murder. But that's... Mr. Shields, is there nothing we can do?
Well, if there isn't any evidence, we should try reorganizing the facts.
If Mr. Gustavia was the one who killed Mr. Dover, there must have been a motive. Yes, let's talk about his son. Mr. Gustavia himself is denying that such a motive exists. Ooh, we got some logic! It's not easier to take another person's life. It's not easy, sorry. 18 years ago, your old man also discussed motive with Prosecutor von Karma. You claim that collaboration is irrelevant. If Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's relationship had turned sour... Yeah, Gustavia helped Dover with his final dessert, but Dover didn't help Gustavia. It could serve as a motive for murder. I'm gonna be forced into the logic menu again. I'm excited. You couldn't talk with Mr. Gustavia 18 years ago, but this time things are different. If we connect everything we've learned so far, the truth might be revealed. Yes, I suppose so. It seems I must re-examine the information from 18 years ago. I must recall all the details that have remained unexplained. So, the gloved finger marks in the picture frame. Yeah, I knew that we haven't talked about this yet. It's your doing. Delicia denied leaving the finger marks in the frame. If they were left by Mr. Gustavia, he may have been trying to view the angel's recipe. Monsieur Master asked me to change the film in the camera. It seems the film he prepared in advance wasn't enough. There wasn't enough film? It seems the number of photos he took didn't match up with the amount of film remaining. And this picture was taken. Trying to piece it all together. Something about his son. Something about taking a picture. Something about needing the angel's recipe. Something about them falling out. It's definitely to do with their two sons. The information my father collected 18 years ago was certainly not for naught. If there is no evidence, then I shall use logic to reveal the truth. I love these moments. Okay. Let's think about this. Okay, partnership turning sour and motive for murder. Gustavia claims he had no motive to murder Dover, but if Dover didn't help Gustavia with his dessert, then, I mean, it's a really, you know, you didn't help me with my dessert, so I'm gonna kill you. It's kind of thin, but it's still a motive. Especially if there was more on the line to just, you know, a contest, if it's to do with their children. So let's connect those two. That's the one that's the most obvious to me right now. Okay. Mr. Gustavia, you collaborated with the victim, Isaac Dover, to create your desserts, didn't you? We're connecting all the other pieces of evidence that we haven't fully answered. So the remaining film in the camera. The fact that Gustavia claimed that there was no motive for the murder. He had no motive to murder Dover. The fact that Gustavia and Dover fell out. Because of Dover not wanting to help Gustavia with his dessert. And the last one was the finger marks on the frame. We haven't talked about whose those are. Mr. Shields told me about it. Mr. Dover handled the design, while you were in charge of the taste. Is that correct? Back then, my training had been insufficient. It seems you worked together through the semi-finals, but not during the finals. Why is that? We both wish to compete in the finals against Sir Master on our own merits. You must have also helped with Isaac Dover's dessert, even during the finals. What makes you able to declare something like that? Didn't you tell Prosecutor Von Karma about it yourself, 18 years ago? Yeah, you did. That you cooperated until the day before the finals. And it was prepared in advance. The sculptures in Mr. Dover's room were all made out of sherbet. Such an amount would most likely need to be left overnight to freeze, which means Mr. Gustavia prepared Mr. Dover's sherbet in advance the day before. That's right. So you realize Gustavia's cooperation ended the day before the finals. Then why did Mr. Dover not help Mr. Gustavia in return? The views of the dead are of no concern to... Alright, we've had this before. Why did Isaac Dover not help you in return? If there is a reason why your partnership with Isaac Dover broke down, that would be a motive for murder. That could be a possibility. You gotta talk to me, dude. However, Sir Dover and I ended our partnership peacefully. A peaceful breakup? That's hard to imagine. Not to mention, it's absurd to think that I killed Sir Dover in Sir Master's room. I couldn't have killed Sir Dover while Sir Master was also there, making his desserts. Timing. In other words, there is no way I could have committed the murder. It's not true. If there was a moment when Mr. Master was absent from the room, I could prove that it was possible for Mr. Gustavia to commit the murder. Right, but wasn't Master examining Gustavia's desserts? He could have done it then. That's why there was remaining film. Yeah. Yeah? So Master needed more film, right? But that doesn't talk about who used the camera. I don't... it's a little thin. I know that Master needed more film. And so he was stuck in Gustavia's room in the meantime, which gave more time for Dover to be murdered. But that doesn't talk about who did the murder. I don't have anything though. These two can't really connect. I think it's these two. Oh, really? Okay. What am I not seeing? Yes, I know I could just trial and error because there's only 3 options. But I'm trying to figure it out before I connect the logic. I must see why the logic connects, of course. Gustavi's goal is to view the angel recipe. That doesn't connect to this. I mean, I guess he couldn't have viewed the angel recipe as well when Gustavi was in the room. When Master was in the room. And then these two. Someone can decrease that someone use it. Angel recipe is goal. I mean, I guess he could have taken pictures of the recipe. I think that's a better connection than Master being in the room, not being able to view the recipe either. So let's go with that. Maybe he was trying to take pictures of the angel recipe, and that's why there's less film. Connects. If he had photographed the contents of the angel's recipe, okay, he wouldn't need to steal it. Perhaps Mr. Gustavia used Mr. Master's cameras to take the pictures. If he had stolen the actual recipe book, the police would have found out. I see. Pictures, eh? The problem is the time at which he entered Mr. Master's room. Mr. Gustavia could have moved around freely during the afternoon tea, right? But because it seems both him and Mr. Dover... Oh, yeah! God, I feel like this was so long ago when we talked about this. Totally forgot about the afternoon. Because Delicia mentioned it once. Like, eons ago. $18 years ago. Yeah. 18, it's been 18 years, dude. Alright. Alright. And Catherine, Delicia, and Masters were all having afternoon tea. So the only ones left were Dover and Gustavia. After the contest began, Isaac Dover was locked up in his room. If we assume he was killed at some point before Delicia snuck into his room, there is a high chance that he was killed before the afternoon tea was over. Perfect timing. $18 years ago, I was 8. Isaac Dover was alive up until the afternoon tea began. Ergo, that is the only time when Gustavia could have killed Dover. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you satisfied? Sorry, but I'm far from satisfied. Because I'm finally starting to see the truth behind this case. Are you saying you have found some evidence to show us that truth? No, there is no need to present any evidence, since we can just have Mr. Gustavia tell us the truth. Huh? Ah, so this is where you use that, right? Indeed. Mr. Gustavia, there is one thing I want you to tell me. I said, Mr. Gustavia, there is one thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the finals of the contest, you made your dessert on your own. I wanted to compete for the title of the world's greatest pastry chef on my own merits. If that was truly the case, you would have competed on your own merits from the start. I want you to tell me why it was necessary for you to cooperate with Isaac Dover. Waiting for them to bring up his son. Oh. Oh! 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 That! Oh! That! Oh. During the contest 18 years ago, Mr. Gustavio collaborated with Mr. Dover. I wonder what made them decide to cooperate in the first place. That's what I need to draw out of him, but he's silent. Oh my god, 4 pieces? It seems he pretends to meditate when things aren't going his way. Hi Nessie, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. First, I'll ask about why he collaborated with Mr. Dover. The truth has been hidden for 18 years. That ends today. Heck yeah, you get to play chess. Why did you collaborate with Mr. Dover? Sir Dover and I were already acquaintances, even before the contest began. Since he was interested in the contest, we simply decided to enter it together. Joining forces with a sculptor. You weren't confident in your own abilities? Oof, you know nothing about me. We wanted to make great works together. Well, he's not meditating. I will reveal all your lies for what they are. Ah, frick. I thought it was when he meditates. Or maybe I need to attack when he meditates. Maybe it's the other way around. You bore me with your empty threats, Sir Prosecutor. You need to be careful not to make careless statements. What, that I lose time if I get it wrong. Alright. This. You weren't confident in your own abilities? Yep. Alright, wait and see. Sir Dover's son and my own attended the same elementary school. Alright, he's finally talking about his son. We all got along well from the start. Really? So you were going to share the title of the world's greatest pastry chef? Together? Ah, okay, so I think this is when I have to go on the offensive. Oh, wake up! As expected, he pretends to meditate when things aren't going his way. Just taking a pawn and just throwing it at his face to wake up. Mr. Dover was a sculptor. I doubt he had any interest in the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. In that case, where did his true goal lie? Indeed, my goal was the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. However, Sir Dover's goal was the grand prize, the angel's recipe. Right, okay. That makes sense. I just need to figure out why. I see, you cooperated because your interests were aligned. But there must have been a reason why your partnership soured. Sir Prosecutor, I am the victim of a poisoning. If you're going to suspect me in this manner. Oh, whoops, sorry. Wait a moment! In that case, you should end things soon. I am not a patient man. It seems he's trying to leave. I can't let that happen. He's still hiding something. Next, I should ask him about his true goal. Refill. I need to keep the pressure on him, while being cautious of the time. Did you have another goal besides the title? Did you want to appear on a piece of cake? The title alone doesn't seem to have much value. Ah, thanks, Sakura. How dare the likes of you insult the title of a confectionery artist? My only goal was the title itself. I had no interest in anything else. My dream was to become the world's greatest pastry chef. No, wait and see. Don't insult him. 18 years ago, I was lacking in design sense. However, things are different now. Oh, are you saying you have improved at your craft? Exactly, for I have trained at the Republic of Zengfar. I failed to see the results of your trading. No. No savageness. Just chilling. Yes. At the time, I also studied Mr. Master's works. I would often watch his show with my son, mentioning his son again. So, you were studying Mr. Master's work to improve your own skills. If you had his recipes, perhaps it would have been easier for you to become the world's greatest. Perhaps. To a pastry chef, Sir Master's recipes were worth their weight in gold. He's meditating again. Offensive. You were interested in his recipes. If becoming the world's greatest pastry chef was your goal, you should have also been interested in the grand prize, the Angel's recipe. Oh, the recipes of the world's greatest pastry chef. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't interested. However, I wouldn't think that simply being interested would be a problem. I wonder about that. The Angel recipe's true nature was not for making desserts, but cures, and all of the contest participants should have been aware of that. So maybe Nova needed a cure for his son? Maybe he blackmailed Gustavia into helping him by taking his son? I don't know. Just conjecture at the moment. Looks like I'm getting close. He isn't meditating anymore. Now to slowly but surely drive him into a corner. Alright. First, I'll ask what he planned to use the recipe book for. Well, he said it was for desserts, but we know that he knows that it wasn't for desserts. Did you intend to make desserts with it? Let's see what he answers to this. Did you intend to win the Angel's recipe and use it to make desserts? Of course, if I obtained the Angel's recipe, I was going to use it in my training. I hear the Angel's recipe was worth a lot of money. I don't know the exact details, but that recipe book was much too valuable to be sold. Oh, he's meditating. Offensive. You seem to know a lot about the book. You seem to know quite a lot about the Angel's recipe. It was explained to all the contest participants at the beginning of the contest. In that case, you must know about the recipe book's true nature. That it was not a recipe book for desserts at all. Impressive, Sir Prosecutor. So you know the true nature of the Angel's recipe. The Angel's recipe. Some have called it the ultimate recipe book. It contains formulas for new medicines that were not yet on the market. He knew the recipes were actually formulas for new medicines. This could be a useful clue. Alright, let's go back. You know the recipe books. Did you know the recipe book's value? The Angel's recipe. Did you know its true value? Silly question. It contains Sir Master's best dessert recipes. Wow. Way to contradict yourself, dude. Any pastry chef worth their salt would want it. Looks like that clue will come in handy. You may have studied in Zhengfa. However, your skills in lying could use more work. You just said earlier that the Angel's recipe contained formulas for medicines. Yeah, I've noticed that if you get a clue, it attacks with a knight instead of a pawn, which is cool. You weren't interested in desserts. You wanted the medicine formulas. You want to become a pharmacist. Did you need a new medicine? Now, why would a pastry chef such as yourself be so interested in medicine? Perhaps what you were really after was the information about the new medicine. Ugh. I underestimated you, Sir Prosecutor. Yes. My goal was more than just the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. At the time, my son was ill. There we go. Alright, I needed the recipe for the medicine. Your son was ill? Tell me more about that. To protect my son's honor, I can say no more. Judging by the worried look on his face, must have struck a nerve. Next, I need him to tell me more about his son's illness. Very much so. This is it. This will be my final move of the game. What was your son like? I feel like what was the name of the illness is too personal, and did the recipe book have the only cure is too personal too. Let's start casual. This might be too casual though. What kind of person was your son? Oh, my boy, he loved the desserts I made. Did you enter the contest solely for your son? Sir Prosecutor, you could never understand the feelings a father has for his son. I wanted nothing more than to cure my boy's illness. I doubt that! Wait and see. Until the semi-final, my son would always drop by the contest venue to play. Is that so? Wouldn't he get in your way? I doubt you had the time to care for your son while you were challenging Mr. Master. So. But I wanted to grant my son's wish. He said he always wanted to be the first to eat my desserts. Wait and see? My condition may be worsening. I should... I waited and... I wasn't sure about that last one. Frick. Okay. Okay, wait and see. Wait and see. Yeah. Alright. Son sounds pretty healthy to me. Okay. About your son. If he was so sick, wouldn't it be difficult for him to come and play with you? That's true. My son's illness. It wasn't life-threatening. Might serve as a clue. What was the name of the illness? What was the name of your son's illness? Sir Prosecutor, how insensitive of you. My son was seriously ill. I would not be discussing this with the likes of you. Looks like that okay, but it wasn't life-threatening. Yeah. Alright. Oh, now it's a bishop. You told me your son's illness was not life-threatening. Is there really a need to be so secretive about it? It was enough to keep him from living a normal life. That must have been difficult for your son. I tried everything I could to cure his illness. It wasn't fair for the poor boy. He could never taste the desserts he loved so much. That's why he wanted the book, to cure... I forget the name of it. It's prosopagnosia all over again. The thing where you can't taste salt. He's meditating. Was he too fat? Was it a taste disorder? The angel's recipe contains a cure for a certain illness. A ghost, yeah. The angel's recipe contains a cure for a certain illness. A remedy that could also... a remedy that can also cure Mr. Master's taste disorder. Oh, what? He had it too? He had it too, I see. So your son suffers from a taste disorder? Ugh! I didn't think you could figure it out so quickly. In order to cure your son's taste disorder, you needed to read the recipe book. Wasn't that your true goal? Just as you say. Based on how he's acted up until now, it appears he is still hiding something. Seems I don't have enough clues to proceed with. Double clue, dude. Okay. The recipe book have the only cure. I mean, he can be savage, but not that savage, dude. Did the angel recipe have the only cure? Yes. Though the medicine is being sold everywhere now. At the time, the recipe book was my one and only option. That's why I continued making my desserts without joining the others for tea time. So you weren't interested in what Mr. Master was making? You sure seem confident in your chances of winning. Ugh, I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the other contestants' desserts. You had interest in Mr. Master's works. You just said earlier that you studied Mr. Master's works. I'm running out of time. This better be right. In addition, if your goal was to win the contest in order to get the medicine formula, you must have been curious about the other contestants' entries as well. There was time to sample the other desserts during the contest, but none of their entries had any flavor, so I didn't want to eat any of it. I suspect I may have been a bit nervous as well. Does he have the eating disorder too? Oh my god, how many people? So everything he ate tasted flavorless. This could be a useful clue. What was the name? So now we're going back. What's the name of your son's illness? Yeah. But the illness wasn't life-threatening. Is it a taste disorder? The angel's recipe contains a cure for a certain illness. A remedy that could also cure Mr. Master's taste disorder. What? He had it too? He had it too, I see. So your son suffers from a taste disorder? Ugh, I didn't think you'd figure it out so quickly. In order to cure your son's taste disorder, you needed the recipe book. Wasn't that your true goal? It is as you say. Based on how he's acted up until now, it appears he is still hiding something. Looks like that clue will come in handy. Didn't you also have the illness? Being unable to taste anything, regardless of what you eat. Such a bitter illness. Reminds me, didn't you say something similar earlier? None of their entries had any flavor, so I didn't feel like eating any of it, wasn't it? Perhaps your son wasn't the only one who suffered from a taste disorder. Ugh. It's hard to imagine being a successful pastry chef without a sense of taste. Perhaps what you really wanted was to cure yourself. Ugh. That's completely ludicrous. 18 years ago, I made those desserts all by myself. Oh, that's a lie. You must have worked hard then. Didn't you collaborate with Mr. Dover? Did I make it in time? The music stopped. Seems you've caught yourself in a contradiction. Didn't you cooperate with Isaac Dover in the contest? You can hardly say you made the desserts all by yourself. Oh, that last one was tricky, dude. I had to get 2 clues. You must take great pride in your abilities as a pastry chef, but to betray your pride and cooperate with another contestant. You did it all to cure your own disease. Well done, Sir Prosecutor. It is as you say. The one with the taste disorder is not my son. It's himself. No one knew. I've kept it a secret for 18 years. It doesn't matter how long a secret is kept. If you lie before me, I will expose it. Angel's recipe doesn't make Synerjuice. I mean, it makes medicines that haven't been released to the market yet, and Synerjuice can definitely heal you of some stuff. Dane Gustavia and Isaac Dover were both trying to obtain the recipes for the new medicines. Hi Shady, good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Gustavia to cure his condition, and Dover, most likely, to sell the recipe book for money. For this reason, they entered the contest as a collaborative effort. So what does his son have to do with it? With that, checkmate! Oh, okay, I'll say it for you, Akuro. Nah, you're probably right. I didn't even think about it. Because I usually save during the testimonies, but it's been a while. Like right before them. Don't want the game to crash. That would kind of suck. End part 3. Ugh. I have never told this to anyone. I only remembered 12 hours later. Well, earlier, Shady, I thought that the killer hid the body by covering it in sherbet and then putting it in the freezer. So, you tell me, dude. I never told this to anyone. Well done. As you say, I developed a taste disorder 18 years ago. Taste disorder? It was a severe disorder. I was unable to discern any flavor at all. It's the one illness a pastry chef dreads above all. Those symptoms sound a bit different from Mr. Master's taste disorder. Yeah, Mr. Master's condition is known as hypogeusia. It simply causes a decreased sensitivity to certain specific flavors. I'm sure it would cause Sir Master much pain too. After all, no medication was available to cure it 18 years ago. In order to cure your taste disorder, you would need Mr. Master's angel recipe. And that's why you entered the contest. Am I correct? It was one of my goals, but I still had my sights set on the title of the world's greatest. When it comes to making desserts, I won't lose to anyone. Even without the ability to taste, I still have the utmost confidence in my flavors. Oh, so I presume you also prepared your dessert in the finals with the intent to win? That goes without saying. According to what Mr. Shields told us earlier, the evaluation of Mr. Gustavia's entry was... until, yeah, the semi-finals. To my liking, unfortunately, both the taste and appearance of his final entry left much to be desired. I remember that. It seems the dessert you made for the finals was not rated highly in regards to flavor. Ugh. Mr. Gustavia, you will tell us about how you made your dessert during the finals. Very well. Seems that I must teach you upstarts a lesson. Alright, more testimonies. Sir Dover and I cooperated until the finals. I handled the flavor, he was in charge of the design. However, for the finals, I wanted to challenge Sir Master with my own skills. I helped Sir Dover make his entry, but I made mine completely on my own. If the flavor of my entry wasn't good enough, my own lack of training was to blame. That's it. How about that, Sir Prosecutor? This is the truth of 18 years ago. I can't find any contradictions in his testimony. Well, of course he isn't going to fess up that easily. This guy's been on the run for 18 years, after all. Guess we'll just have to keep on pressing him until he breaks, eh? Yes. On the flavor, he was in charge of the design. With my own skills. Okay, I'm pressing this a bit more. Hold it! Up until the finals, I heard that you received high praise for the flavor of your desserts. Was there some sort of accident during the finals? Ugh, nothing of the sort. I simply was unable to taste my works due to my taste disorder. My intuition must have been off, that's all. Then, was your intuition fine while making Mr. Dover's entry? Yeah, because Mr. Dover's tasted fine. Apart from the liar part. How could there be such a huge difference between the finals and the previous day? Yeah, and then it's been fine beforehand. Something happened. Not getting anywhere at this rate. Should I change the topic? I guess I could ask more about the semifinals. I want to figure out because it's not just based on his taste disorder. Something must have happened between the semifinals and the finals to make the flavor be worse. Because he's confident in his flavor. It's just the design that he needs Dover's help on. So let's ask about the semifinals in more detail. Right. So you're sure there wasn't anything different between the semifinals and the finals? Yes, that's right. Aside from not cooperating with Sir Dover, the finals weren't much different than the semifinals. Hold it! So you were still able to make your desserts without Mr. Dover's assistance? I may have lacked design sense, but I was confident in the flavor. Oh! Oh, his son didn't show up! That must be it. Apart from the design, there were no major differences between my finals and semi-final entries. Sure is strange. It's not how Uncle Ray remembers it. Pretty sure both the look and taste of your final dessert scored poorly. Then there's no way he would have won the contest. Even the flavor, which he was so confident about, failed to materialize during the finals. That must be it. That must have something must have affected him.
Because his son was kidnapped, missing?
Objection! There was another difference between the semi-finals and finals. This photo depicts your son. We know he came to visit you up until the finals. That is correct. What does that have to do with anything? I think those are some of also my favorite moments playing Ace Attorney, is when you just suddenly have the realization of what the contradiction is. It's like, oh, yes. That is correct. What does that have to do with anything? Your son, who always came to see you through the semi-finals, was not present for the finals. And then, it was only in the finals that your flavor judged poorly. I don't believe this to be a mere coincidence. Your son's visits must have been very important to you, were they not? A father can work miracles when his son is watching. With my son cheering me on, I was able to make the most delicious desserts. Mr. Gustavia sure sounds like a good father, doesn't he? If what he's saying is the whole truth, one could say so. But just hearing his son's cheers wouldn't be enough to change the taste of his desserts. A confectioner, confident in his sense of taste, develops a taste disorder. It would have been difficult for him to maintain the taste of his desserts. Your son came to cheer you on. Was that really all he did? Maybe he was a taste tester too. You seem very doubtful, Sir Prosecutor. In that case, I'll turn this around or not. That's my job, to turn around things. And ask you, what else could my elementary school son have done, besides cheer me on? Taste? He tasted your desserts. The other two are very silly. I'm sure your elementary school son would have remembered the taste of your desserts. Of course! My son always loved my desserts. In that case, he would have been able to taste test the desserts in your place. Ugh! What did you say? Earlier, you told us that you have a taste disorder. Spoilers, Omega! Jeez! 18 years ago, K would have been, what, 0? Sounds about right. I never told this to anyone. Well done. Spoilers. As you say, I developed a taste disorder 18 years ago. No one else knew about your taste disorder. If Mr. Dover had found out, he would have ended your partnership. After all, you were in charge of the flavor. That's a lot of dots, dude. Your son didn't just cheer you on. He also helped you determine if your desserts tasted correct. This is some finals. One contestant is a pharmacist who's only there for the angel's recipe. The other contestant wants the angel's recipe is a sculptor who doesn't know how to make desserts as well, who wants the angel's recipe to sell. And the third one is genuinely interested in desserts, but can't taste anything himself, and is bad at design. So he has to have his son to help him. And then there's Jeff Master, who's like, boy, I've gathered the greatest chefs in the world. And then gets arrested for murder. It's perfect, dude. Ah, I see. Mr. Dover's desserts was made the day before, so it still tasted good. Yes, Kirby. Oh, he's laughing. What you are saying is quite amusing, Sir Prosecutor. You say that my elementary school son had assisted me as a taste tester? You are insulting my pride. Your pride? It's true, I had no sense of design 18 years ago. However, I won't lose to anyone when it comes to flavor. You claim I would cast aside my pride and rely on my son? Don't get carried away with your foolish conjecture. You upstart! Wow. Ugh. In that case, I'm sure your son can confirm if my theory is mere conjecture. Oh ha ha ha! Unfortunately for you, I no longer have a son. What? After my taste disorder was cured, I went to train in Zhengfar immediately. During that time, I severed all ties with my son. What? Don't tell me. You would even abandon your own son? He went missing, dude. That's not all. Even today, the whereabouts of his son are still unknown. The police have been searching, but they haven't been able to find any traces of him. Yo, what's up, Ted? Thanks for the raid, dude. Much appreciated. This time at the end of case 3. Last time Ted raided me at the end of case 2. Order, order. Luckily, we're not facing Courtney, thankfully. But we're having some fun. This is a really interesting case so far. It's been a good time. I think we're coming close to the end, but it's all coming together. But hi everybody, I hope you guys enjoyed Ted's stream, Talon2461. Yeah, I'm playing Ace Attorney Investigations 2. I'm a little tired, I've been streaming for about 15 hours, so but we're pressing on until we finish and having a blast. And yeah, spoilers for Investigations 3. Were you doing more AJ, Ted? Hope you've been enjoying it. You wish to confirm your theory? I welcome you to try. Oh, nice. So you're getting to the end of case 4? I want to say. Eyes emoji. Pretty cool. Case 4, I really liked. 4-4. Nice. You wish to confirm your theory? I welcome you to try. Oh ha ha ha! Desserts are the only things that are important to me. After regaining my sense of taste, my son no longer mattered. Wow, dude. Order in the court. Mr. Gustavi's actions are certainly inhumane. However, we are not here to judge whether or not he is a good father. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I believe this is your loss. After all, there is no evidence left from 18 years ago that could prove your theories. Mr. Edgeworth, is there nothing we can do? At this rate, we'll never find out the truth. Detective Gumshoe. Where are those results? I was just about to mention Gumshoe. I wonder whose blood it could have been. I asked forensics to look into it, sir. Right, leave it to you, Detective. I entrusted Detective Gumshoe with the last piece of evidence. If only I knew who that blood belonged to. Miles, there's still one thing that's bothering Uncle Ray. Was Mr. Gustavia's only reason for coming to the art gallery to check on the body? What else would he have come for? If he only wanted to confirm the body's presence, he wouldn't have needed to open the case. He needed to take it because there's critical evidence on it. That's what I initially thought. But I don't know what it could be. He needed to dispose of it. There's no otherwise. What's the point of risking, you know, breaking into the art museum and stealing it? That's right. Is there a way we can prove this? There is one way. We just need that evidence from Detective Gumshoe. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what are you talking about? What if it's Gustavia's blood? What if it's not the victim's blood? If it's Gustavia's blood, because he says that he cuts himself all the time. If it's Gustavia's blood, then the evidence piles against him. Mr. Edgeworth, sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Gumshoe always arrives on time, unless he gets in a car crash, but that's okay. Hasn't happened in a while. Just the person I was talking about. Detective Gumshoe, I trust you have the test results. Of course, sir. I just got the report back from the lab. I told you Larry was drawing something. Detective, please be silent. So, this is the evidence that Prosecutor Edgeworth was talking about.
Huh? Hey, what's this? This is the first I've heard of it.
This was a request from me. I asked him to investigate a certain piece of evidence.
Why? Why is everyone always helping you out? I'm the one in charge of the crime scene.
Mr. DeBest, I apologize for taking matters into my own hands, but how about we hear this report first?
Sure.
Detective Gumshoe, what were the results? Here's the report, sir. The traces of blood found in the Gemini sculpture belong to the victim of the poison gas, Dane Gustavia. What are you saying? Is that simple? Cut and dry? Good work, Detective Gumshoe. As I thought, my theory was correct. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? We too would like an explanation. What on earth does this blood prove? This blood is something the culprit of the IS incident tried to conceal. It can't be. That's... This blood was found inside the glass case of the Gemini sculpture. In other words, your blood was found alongside Mr. Dover's body. Why would Mr. Gustavia's blood be in a place like that? Because he killed him. If you intend to remain silent, then I'll reveal the truth myself. In the Gemini case, aside from the blood, we also found traces of salt and sugar. Salt and blood? And only one of Mr. Dover's sherbet desserts tasted salty. Come to think of it, I remember Miss Delicious saying the same thing 18 years ago. Yeah. Sherbet was most delicious, apart from the liar part. Well, there's blood trail. You can use Akura. I'm just gonna sure afford a car. That's a good question. Remember when he spent his entire life, his entire paycheck on a candy bar? Oh man. Salty? It's right here in this photo. It was a part of that liar. That's the liar from the Gemini constellation. Yeah, $5 Swiss roll. Exactly. For some reason, salt had been mixed into the liar. No other traces of salt were found in Dover's room. In that case, please explain. Yeah, he gave half of it away to Kay, fair enough, and then dropped the other half. Where did the salt detected from the liar come from? This is something I've been wanting to say for a very long time. Oh, finally! Take that! The only other place where there has been salt that has been mentioned is the rock salt lamp. This is the rock salt lamp used as the murder weapon in the IS-7 incident. I believe part of this rock salt lamp was mixed in with the sherbet from the liar. At the time of the murder, there were 2 rock salt lamps in Mr. Master's room. One of these lamps took Mr. Dover's life. We know that Mr. Dover's blood was left behind on the murderous lamp. However, there were no traces of anyone's blood found at the crime scene, Mr. Master's room, because the killer disposed all of the desserts with traces of blood into the streams of water, right? No other traces of salt were found in Mr. Dover's room. Ugh. Speaking of which, weren't there 2 rock salt lamps found in Miss Delicious' room also broken? Looks like both the lamps in the pillars are broken. Both of their light bulbs are broken. Maybe they were dropped on the floor. We never did figure out why the other rock salt lamp was broken. Maybe Mr. Gustavia's blood was on the other lamp. Oh. Your blood was found on the lamps at the crime scene. You would have been suspected as the culprit. You would have needed to conceal all trace of blood from the police. Don't tell me he concealed it in the sherbet, liar! Exactly. The rock salt lamp and his blood were mixed into the sherbet, liar, and hidden inside the glass case. Unlike the fountain's water, the sherbet desserts would not be analysed right away. It's a good plan. Perhaps he had planned to dispose of the sherbet when the opportunity presented itself. Then, the reason Mr. Gustavia came to this gallery. 18 years ago, the body and the evidence pointing to the killer were both stolen. Even the killer could not have anticipated that. That's another reason why, or the main reason why Kat saw him go into Dover's room, was either to put the body there or to eventually get rid of the body. One of the two. There was no way of knowing when the body and the evidence would be discovered. So he planned to destroy the evidence before the Zodiac Art Gallery's grand opening. Dane Gustavia, isn't it about time you confessed? You are the true culprit of the IS-7 incident. Monsieur Gustavia, you're the reason Monsieur Master is... Why are you laughing, Mr. Gustavia? Could it be? After all this time, my crime is finally brought to light? Is he admitting it? The prosecutors and defense attorneys 18 years ago never even came close. Gregory would have found out if Von Karma wasn't such a... words I can't say on stream. Bravo! Bravo! Well done, Sir Prosecutor. So you admit that you killed Mr. Dover? Oh, it is true. Well, that was easy. Killed Isaac Dover. Well, it wasn't easy, but it took a while, and then he admitted it. But he had only himself to blame. What do you mean? Dover and I worked together in order to win the contest. No matter who won, we'd agreed that we'd share the Angel's recipe. But, on the day of the finals, he stabbed me in the back. Sir Dover, this isn't what we agreed to. I'm sorry, Gustavia. The deal is off. Oh, but I made your desserts for you. I'm the reason you got this far. And what of it? Can you prove that you assisted me in any way? Dover, you were planning to betray me all along. Because of Dover's treachery, I was forced to make my finals entry on my own. It's just as the prosecutor said. My son assisted me every day until the finals. What about your pride as a confectionery artist? A proud chef loses the ability to taste his own creations. That's a feeling an upstart like you would never understand. Mastering the art of dessert making is my reason for being. It is my one and only pride. Committing murder for the sake of pride. That's another feeling I will never understand. To say nothing of abandoning your own son. Such a thought disgusts me. Before you judge me, first understand what happened 18 years ago. On the day of the finals, my son never came to assist me. Thinking back on it now, suppose Dover had a hand in that as well. Huh? What exactly happened to your son? I do not know, but it no longer matters. Ever since that day, my son meant nothing to me. His son went missing, and instead of trying to figure it out, all he cared about was this silly contest. From what I hear, he's still missing. That's awful. Giving up on him like that. But your son, you had no chance of winning, correct? Yes. Since I was guaranteed to lose, I needed a failsafe. Yeah, I thought someone kidnapped his son for blackmail. But maybe someone kidnapped his son for blackmail and he just didn't care at all. During the afternoon tea time, I made my way to Sir Master's room. Just needed to take a photo of the cure to my taste disorder. It would have all worked out. If only Dover hadn't interfered. Ah, Gustavia. Trying to steal a picture of my prize, are you? That hardly seems sporting. You! Cure for taste disorders? Oh, you have a taste disorder, don't you? Ah, this is rich. A pastry chef who can't taste. Dover, you... Ah! Puny worm. You are in no position to oppose me. Why, you... When I attempted to hit Dover, he struck me and sent me flying. I crashed into one of the rock salt lamps. That was when my blood stained on it, I see. So Mr. Dover wasn't the first one to be injured. To conceal my blood, I shaved away part of the rock salt lamp and mixed it into the sherbet. After that, it became a part of the lyre sculpture. So, that's how you tried to erase your traces from the crime scene. Dover tried to blackmail me by using his knowledge of my taste disorder. If I didn't want it to become public, I was to pay him a large sum. So, that's the reason why you killed Isaac Dover? Oh, ha, ha, exactly! What reason do I have to let those who obstruct me live? He was the one who drew first blood. I simply gave him his just deserts. So that was his motive. I carried the rock salt lamp that bore my blood into Dover's room. I came up with a hiding place where it would not be easily found. I get it. That room contained plenty of tools for sculpting sherbet. Your deduction is spot on, Sir Attorney. It was the ideal place to shave away the rock salt. I then proceeded to coat the surface of the sherbet lyre with vast amounts of the salty mixture. But why? Why did you try to pin the crime of Monsieur Master? You are wrong to blame me for that, Lady Catherine. Not for your unnecessary meddling. Sir Master would never have been a suspect. Why do you think I hid the murder weapon and fluorescent cloth in Lady Delicia's room? There is only one reason why you placed a murder weapon in someone else's room. Frame them. You wanted to pin the crime on Delicia. Huh? Me? Yes, that is correct. Gusty, why? Why me? As one who sought to be the world's best confectioner, I greatly respected Sir Master. So it was the only option. It was never my intention to cast suspicion on him. But an insolent woman who dared to sully the contest with fake desserts. Oh, okay. He also hated her too. I had no problem letting someone like you take the blame for the crime. That makes me sad. If you hadn't snacked on other people's desserts, the body would never have been found. It was when Sir Master would be judging Lady Delicia's room. Everyone is bad apart from the guy who actually got arrested. It's great. That's when I finally saw an opportunity to freeze the body. But before I could move the body, Lady Catherine had already discovered it. I mean, she faked her way into a contest. I mean, she's not bad in terms of, like, you know, she committed murder or, like, theft. But, or, I mean, she did eat people's desserts. She also thought it was a good idea to eat the base of a giant chocolate ship. Hi, Diamond, by the way. Yeah, she's not the worst. There are many worse people. I just feel bad for Jeff, dude. Poor Jeff. This is a really good case. I'm enjoying it. I've been so confused until we finally reached the end parts and everything came together, and I was like, oh, thank God. My mind is at ease. Why did you need to freeze Monsieur Dover's body? I was so confused for so long about the whole sculpture melting replica thing. It wasn't explained until like near the end of the case, and I was trying my hardest to figure it out. It's good. Okay, I'll talk more about the end of the case when I finish the case. I'm pretty sure I'm close to the end. Why, indeed? Monsieur Edgeworth, please tell us. Why would Monsieur Gustavia have needed to freeze the body? Well, you need body temperature to measure time of death, right? They do liver temperature and stuff, don't they? Not to disguise as an ice sculpture, that's Kate's idea. Wait, a fake crime scene. No, throw off the time of death. Mr. Gustavi intended to freeze the body in order to throw off the time of death. If the time of death had coincided with the tea party, Mr. Gustavia would have been suspected. Oh, ha, ha, ha. That is correct. Preparations were necessary to freeze the body, while I was preparing in Dover's room. I placed the body in the treasure chest in Sir Master's room. I can think of no better hiding place at the time. But thanks to the gluttonous pharmacist, the lid of the chest broke. But why did you disguise him as an ice sculpture? Once the body was discovered, there would be no time to throw off the time of death. To buy time, you needed to hide it someplace else. How horrid. How could you hide Monsieur Dover's body within one of his own works? It all would have worked out if the body hadn't been discovered while it was in Sir Master's room. If everything had gone according to plan, Sir Master would never have been arrested. So, because I discovered the body, it's my fault Monsieur Master was... Oh, no, don't take his words to heart. I mean, it's his fault. He's the one who killed him. Even if suspicion hadn't fallen on Mr. Master, Mr. Delicious would have taken the fall. No matter who he targeted, the one at fault here is Mr. Gustavia himself. The detective in charge of the initial investigation was also a dunce. Yeah, what was it? Replaced? Think that he never reported the missing body to the prosecutor. Prosecutor von Carmack indicted Mr. Master without knowing the body had vanished? I see. That would explain why he looked so flustered at the crime scene. Although, it's something that would stand out if you read the official documents. Would someone have intentionally distorted the information? At any rate, Von Karma found out about the missing body after he had made his indictment. And if he had let one person be acquitted, he'd have a stain on his much-prided perfect record. That's why he concealed the fact that the body was hidden and had Mr. Master declared guilty. What are you saying? For 18 years, that man has taken the blame for your crimes. Don't you feel anything at all? Oh, ha, ha. I don't care what you say. Oh my god, what a monster. I'm arresting him right here, right now, sir. Courtney, no. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that will be impossible. He admitted... Oh, no, don't do the statute of limitation. No, he was in Zhengfa. He said it himself. And when you're abroad, the timer freezes, okay? Checkmate. She's gonna mention the statute of limitations, and then I'm gonna just say he was abroad. I've already figured it out. 5D chess. Good old Edgeworth. That's correct. You have no right to sentence me. What? But the culprit is standing right in front of us. Allow me to tell you the reason why you can't arrest me. Oh, no, another testimony? Okay, come on. It has been 18 years since I murdered Dover. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years, is it not? In other words, it's impossible for you to arrest me. I only confessed my crime because the statute of limitations had expired. What a silly Billy. The statute of limitations for murder is 15 years? Mr. Edgeworth, is there nothing we can do? Ugh. As long as the statute of limitation remains, arresting him is impossible. No way! My sincerest apologies, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Neither Mr. Gustavia's testimony nor your logic can be taken as official legal proof. The verdict of this trial 18 years ago cannot be overturned. Ugh. What about the fact that Mr. Dover's body was hidden? Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gustavia, there should be at least earn Mr. Master a retrial. Really? I wonder about that. Overturning a verdict of the Goddess of Law is much harder than you think. Is the PIC trying to justify the verdict from 18 years ago? How unfortunate, Sir Prosecutor. Is there nothing I can do? Is there no way to continue pursuing Mr. Gustavia? Alright, I just need to make him talk about Zhengfa. Press. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to arrest me. Hold it! It's too early to say that for sure it's impossible. Just give it up, Sir Prosecutor. Just like your father before you. You cannot catch me! Ugh. It was because of Von Karma's interference that my father couldn't find the truth. And now, I'm about to lose the truth due to the statute of limitations. No, I need him to talk about Zhengfa. We can't let the culprit steal the truth. That's our job, as great thieves. I am not a great thief. But it is as you say. Dane Gustavia, I won't let you escape. By all means, try to do your best. Alright. Give me this one. Hold it! It's possible that some of your actions 18 years ago were not affected by the statute. It's been so long. I've got nothing left to hide. Ask me about anything you'd like. Very well. Could you explain to me what you did during these past 18 years? Certainly. After the contest, the medicine from the recipe book allowed me to fully cure my taste disorder. I then immediately headed to Zhengfa to train my design skills. So he wasn't seen ever since that case because he was in a foreign country. Indeed. And I am certain that I went abroad to train. About 1 year after that case, right before Sir Master's final trial began, and thanks to my training, I am now a confectioner, unparalleled in both taste and design. Wow, that's a cool design. You're going to prison, dude. You should not be proud of a position earned through the sacrifices of others. You can't bake a cake without breaking a few eggs. Sacrifices were necessary for my goal. It's horrible. Say what you will. The fact still remains that you cannot arrest me. I have to get more information out of Mr. Gustavia. Was there anything of note in his recent testimony? Heck yeah! His training in Zengfar. Could you please add the details about your training in Zengfar to your testimony? Certainly. Afterwards, I trained in Zengfar to become the world's best confectioner. Objection! One of the conditions regarding the statute of limitations for murder is as follows. If the suspect flees to a foreign country, the time limit is on hold until the suspect returns. So the statute of limitations was suspended while you were overseas. That's right! The statute of limitations stopped while you were training in Zengfar! Yeah, I always get excited. Because he's cornered. He's the murderer and he's cornered. We got him. Dead to rights. Indeed. It is possible that the statute of limitations has not yet expired. Mr. Gustavia, please tell us how long you stayed in Zengfar. It would be exactly 3 years. Oh boy. 3 years. Wait, let's calmly think this over. The case occurred 18 years ago. The statute of limitations is 15 years, and he was away for 3. 15 plus 3 is exactly 18 years. I'm sure of it. Mr. Edgeworth, we did it. The statute of limitations hasn't expired yet. Exactly 18 years ago. You say? How amusing. So, you realized. Wait, but it's April now, isn't it? So it's 18 years and a bit. But that was not the only thing that causes the time to freeze. This if possible accomplices are on trial, the countdown is stopped until the verdict is reached. Right, and he was on trial for a year? I think that's it. Oh, why are you laughing? The statute of limitations still applies. Okay, it's frustrating, but the case occurred in December, yeah. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, the case occurred 18 years and 4 months ago. His stay abroad wasn't quite enough. We were just a few months short. Not enough? That's... Like I said, it's impossible for you to arrest me. Ha ha ha! He must have known all about this when he confessed to his crime. Prosecutor Edgeworth. It really is a shame. If it was just 1 year earlier, the statute of limitations would not have run out. Ugh. Those who undermine the goddess of law's verdict must bear the burden of their crimes. It seems you are simply incapable. Did you just call Edgeworth incapable? This can't be the end. Oh, my nose. So, Monsieur Gustavia really is beyond the law's reach. Kate, what are you thinking? If you're thinking of taking matters into your own hands, I implore you to reconsider. There still might be a way to bring this man to justice. What? Miles, remember the facts of the case 18 years ago. Just as you were mistaken earlier, it seems Mr. Gustavi has also overlooked one key detail. Overlooked? He wasn't present during Mr. Master's final trial, so he doesn't know the outcome of the trial. He doesn't know that it took a year to convict him. There may yet be a way for you to arrest him. Miles, look over that book on statute of limitations again. Oh, I've already looked at it, dude. 17 years ago, Master was falsely declared guilty for a serious crime. Thanks to that verdict, we aren't out of ammunition just yet. Mr. Shields, you don't mean... Those who undermine the Goddess of Law's verdict must bear the burden of their crimes. I am Mr. Master's attorney. I can't use his suffering as a weapon in good conscience. For that reason, I leave the rest up to you. The trial. My father and Von Karma battled over. Can I use that to arrest Mr. Gustavia? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yeah! That's when I do not raise objections, Edgeworth. Let's go! My father and Von Karma. Their paths diverged. One revealed the truth. The other concealed it. The path that I choose is the one that reveals the truth. I see no further reason to prolong this trial. I hereby find Dane Gustavia not guilty. Overruled! Gustavia will stand in court for his crimes. Do you mean to say you have found a way to arrest Mr. Gustavia? He's such a dog, but I love him. Exactly. I'll show Judge Courtney the evidence that will shatter the statute of limitations. Take that! I submit this evidence to the court. I find it hard to... Oh, is this wrong? Alright, shh. I will never give up. The fate of this case rests in my hands. Yeah, it went on for 1 year. Oh, I presented the statute of limitations book. Oh, I need to go to bed, dude. I've been streaming for 16 hours. What says that it's, that his case lasted a year. Is it this one? I think it's this one. It doesn't specifically say it took a year. But, it says he was convicted as an accomplice. And I know it took a year. And this says, if possible accomplices are on trial, the countdown is stopped. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I was thinking too far ahead, and I presented the rule book without presenting, you know, why the rule book is valid. But it's this here. Take that! The IS-7 case file. Which page are you referring to? Hang on. Stop going.
This one, because this one is the one that says that he's an accomplice. Convicted as an accomplice. Suspect data. The suspect data page. At the trial, Jeffrey Master was found guilty of being an accomplice to murder. And it took 1 year to arrive at this verdict. Right, that is indeed true. This book lists conditions in which the statute of limitations can be put on hold. The first, as I have said earlier, is if the suspect flees to a foreign country. But there's one more. If possible accomplices are on trial, the countdown is stopped until the verdict is reached. What are you saying? Sir Master was found to be an accomplice? That's right. Mr. Master was sentenced after you had left for your trip to Zhengfa. And he was found guilty not of being the culprit, but of being an accomplice. But it seems you didn't know that. That's absurd! Sir Master never committed any crime to begin with. You should certainly know this. Of course we do. That is why we are going to free him. To that end, we will shatter the one remaining obstacle in our way, the statute of limitations. You fled to Zhengfa for 3 years. And Jeffrey Master was being tried as an accomplice for 1 year. Put it all together, we see that the total time limit for this case is 19 years. In other words, the statute of limitations is not over for you yet. Ugh! The goddess of law is unerring in her judgments. However, it seems that the prosecutor at the time was not. I cannot believe it, but it seems like this case will have to be reopened. This is absurd. You cannot arrest. For the last 18 years, an innocent man has suffered greatly in your stead, Mr. Gustavia. It's now time for you to atone for your crimes. I had finally earned my place at the greatest confectioner in the world. To achieve that goal, I cast everything aside, even my own son. What a shame. Oh, he's getting ready to point again. You can't run from your crimes any longer. Oh. Oh my god, what's he gonna make? Oh, okay. Tin Gustavia has been taken into custody, sir. Hopefully the real version and not the candy version. Yeah, so you're up next, right? Yes, I understand. Okay. Yeah, overconfidence, dude. Okay. Everyone, I am truly sorry for all the trouble I've caused. And thank you very much for catching Monsieur Gustavia. What you did cannot be overlooked, even if the crimes you committed were in response to a past injustice. As a prosecutor, I am terribly sorry for what has happened. No, I only get what I deserve, since I was the cause of all this. Oh, sorry. Forget. You can hear it if my phone is on my desk. I really need to buy my mic on. Okay. Will you have me as your attorney? I'm not quite the same useless kid I was 18 years ago. I won't let them find you guilty. Aw, look at her. Oh, Monsieur Shields. Yes, thank you so much. The towel face, yeah. She did poison Matt. It's fine. Sorry to interrupt, but it's time to go. Yes, alright. Alright, Courtney, what are you gonna say to me now? Judge Courtney, I can't help but feel that you've been dishonest with me. Dishonest? Whatever do you mean?
You said that the verdict could not be overturned, but that was not the case. A reinvestigation and retrial were obviously required as soon as the missing body was found. I have no need to answer you. It seems she doesn't intend to ever give me an answer. Prosecutor Edgeworth, the PIC has you in its sights. They will receive a report on everything you did here today, and you will most likely be required to appear before them. Okay, I just solved an 18-year-old case, but I'm gonna be reprimanded still. Now then, I shall take my leave. Hold on, Mr. Edgeworth. Hold on! Mr. Edgeworth caught the real bad guy! Didn't he do his job as a prosecutor? No matter how things turn out, I will never regret what I did here today. Yeah, this case she kind of went overboard. Mr. Edgeworth?
Hey, Prosecutor Edgeworth!
I kind of went... Okay, I'm going overboard with his voice. What is it?
Why? Are you always sticking your nose into cases that you're not even involved with?
My duty is to reveal the truth. Not only as a prosecutor. It's just who I am.
I don't get it.
Of course you don't. As long as you continue to think that being the best is all that matters, I doubt you ever will.
Well, I don't get that either. I'm going home.
Okay, bye. What was that all about? There is much he still needs to learn. Oh no, you're fine, Melters. It's okay, I'm gonna watch the Case 4 intro. 0 gifted subs. Question mark? Miley! What is it? Yeah, sale on money, dude. 0 gifted subs for the Case 4 intro. I knew Greggy's son could do it. I think I might be for— Oh no, no, no! Not another fangirl! Edgeworth doesn't need this. Thanks for helping, Jeffy. Well, Yo, Edgy! Great job solving that case. Well, I was busy drawing, so I didn't really catch all of it. Huh? Where did Katie and Justy run off to? Hi, Apple. Good to see you. Reese, you really weren't paying it much attention at all, are you? Well, I hate to admit it, but Larry's doodles actually helped us out a few times. I should say something nice to him. Don't glare at me like that! I'm sorry! It was not my intent to glare at you. Hee. Patented Edgeworth glare. You're just like your old man. Is that so? Aw. Yeah, I think you got gifted a sub at one point. Community gift. Well then, Uncle Ray's gonna go pay Mr. Master a visit. You guys want to tag along? I haven't seen him in ages. Yeah, I'd love to. I'd be happy to accompany you. Oh, me too! 4:56 p.m. Detention Center. Visitors room. So this Jeffrey Master, what's he like? Oh, he's a really nice and gentle guy. I wonder if he's changed much in 18 years. He's still doing his best to make people happy. He actually cooks desserts for the inmates. Aww. Nowadays, all the prisoners and guards look forward to snack time at 3 o'clock. Wow, that's nice. I want to eat his desserts too. So the chocolate cake we saw in the prison the other day. Ah, he was the one who made it. Look at him. Oh, Gummy, why are you here? I heard everybody was coming to visit, so I escorted Mr. Master myself. Oh, hey, dude. Hello, one and all. I am Jeffrey Master. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kay Faraday. Oh, it is a pleasure to meet you all. Mr. Master, Miles is your old defense attorney's son. You mean Mr. Gregory's? Your father has done so much for me, and yet I betrayed his good faith when I made the false confession. I've heard the details from Mr. Shields. Mr. Master, I came here today to tell you everything we've learned about 18 years ago. 18 years ago? Kate committed a crime for my sake? Why would she do such a thing? Miss Hall has been trying to prove your innocence for the past 18 years. She was willing to do whatever it took to save you. Kate, she should have gone through so much trouble for an old man who let her down. Mr. Master, I don't think you realize just how much Miss Hall cares for you. I have something here that clearly proves the two of you share an unbreakable bond. An unbreakable bond? Proof of the bond between Jeffrey Master and Catherine Hall. Should give Mr. Master some peace of mind. The chocolates? Yeah, she's been making them, like, for 18 years. Because of him, I think. Take that!
Take that!
These chocolates. Did Kate make them? She did. Okay, cool. Give him the fire can. They're really sweet and tasty. She's been making these chocolates for the past 18 years, so that she could give them to you whenever you return. Aww. Kate. Aw, he's tearing up too. I'm sure they are very, very sweet. Yeah, they truly are. Unfortunately. And I cannot give them to you now, but I can hand them over later in secret, pal. Oh shit. It's okay, it's not like there's cameras and stuff in this room. It's fine. It is against the rules, but right now I don't have the authority to stop him. Ho ho! Thank you very much. Say, you remind me of an old friend. Do you know of a Detective Bad? He does indeed. Of course I do! Detective Bad is my #1 role model, pal. I mean, he was part of the Adagarasu, but that's fine. We don't pay attention to that part. How uncanny. Talk about fate. Mr. Master. It's looking like we'll be able to get you out soon. I can only apologize that it took 18 years to do so. Hey, I'm the one who should be apologizing. No, that's not it. What I really should be saying is, thank you. Aw, Mr. Master. Now it's my turn to wait for Kate. I'll make her favorite sweets every day until she returns. Aww. Please, look after her, Raymond. You got it. Aww. Sweet. Poor guy. Feels so bad. 18 years falsely imprisoned. The IS-7 incident. The case I inherited from my father. After 18 long years. It's finally coming to a close. My. Thanks for today. I am sorry for leaving that final decision to you. No. I made that decision of my own free will. Huh? What are you talking about? To arrest Gustavia, we had no choice but to use Mr. Master's false charge. To use Mr. Master's false charge, which I was originally supposed to protect him from. The attorney inside of me simply could not do it. So that's how it was. But after this, Uncle Ray is going to try and clear away that false charge as well. Yes, I understand. What? But if they find out about the false charge, they won't be able to arrest Mr. Gustavia, right? That's true. It sure is a contradiction in the law. The way the law is right now. It isn't always completely right. Contradiction in the law? Well, who knows what'll happen? The law evolves and grows, just like all of us do. Just like Uncle Ray and Miles have grown up, you know? People and the law both grow. My. To fight crime as a prosecutor, or to save people as a defense attorney. Yoshi, please. I want you to think carefully about how you want to live your life from now on. I will. Well, if you ask Uncle Ray, you'll always be welcome down at the office. I can't see Edgeworth becoming a defense attorney. He wants to find the truth, and he does that best as a prosecutor. Alrighty then. It looks like it's time for Uncle Ray to get going. Next time I see you, I'll be sure to thank you again. Who can say? Really though. Thanks for today. Ray's great. I really like him. Mr. Shield seems to be in a bit of a hurry. Indeed. I should be the one thanking him. I was able to face my father's last case because of him. Aww. Edgeworth. When I was young, I wanted to become a great defense attorney, like my father. However, under Prosecutor Von Karma, I learned the way of a prosecutor. Thanks to a certain friend, I was able to discover my own path in life. However, right now, there are forces trying to take me off the prosecutor's path. Maybe now is the perfect time to think about how I should live my life. Aww. I'm excited. Ooh. 29 PM. We're in his office. Gregory, I'm sorry that it took so long. It may have taken 18 years. But finally, you've proven Mr. Master's innocence. Miles, your son, helped me with that. I remember him saying this. He wanted to tell stuff to Gregory. The way he fought for the truth. He was just like you, Gregory. I'm still not the kind of attorney you were, but I will forever carry on the convictions I inherited from you. And if I can, together with him, to fight crime as a prosecutor, or to save people as a defense attorney, the path I choose is... Oh, interesting. No, I can't see him as a defense attorney, but what a way to end it, dude. Oh, that was a good case. Jeez. I'm going to watch the intro. So. Next weekend is the special 4:30 Emblem speedrun. So no Ace Attorney is going to happen next weekend. But 2 weekends from now, we're going to do case 4. And we're going to get a sneak peek. Should Talon watch the case 4 intro? The answer is yes. Don't worry about the poll. Come on. Okay, I just have one question that's an actual question for chat. Have there been known to be any audio issues in this intro as well? Because I know there were in the last one. If anybody knows. Or if anybody had the audio issues in the third one. Ah, I see. Okay. Cool. Way to find out. Okay, in advance, I apologize if there are. It's gonna hurt. But let's watch it. I don't think it will happen, right? Like I'm guessing that the last, like as Yoshi said, it was edited to be English because it needed English voice acting and stuff like that, so we'd understand it. So let's do it. I'm excited. Let's watch this intro. The Forgotten Turnabout. From here on out, let the council begin. Oh, it's the PIC. Let our members discuss this matter with a clear conscience of the goddess of law. Today's deliberation shall be about Miles Edgeworth's aptitude and ability as a prosecutor. Who are you? Okay. Why are you wearing that raincoat? Okay. Okay. You know, we could do a I am 2/3 of a way to a 24-hour stream, you know. I'm just saying. No, I'm going to bed. I have to go to work tomorrow. Yeah, I think a lot of people have work or have things to do. It's okay. I am very excited. Oh my god. Kay, please tell me she's okay. Oh man. What a 16-hour stream. I can't believe I did a 10-hour stream today. Jeez. Oh man. Good warm-up for next week. Find out in 2 weeks. It won't even find out next week. I'll put on press the theme. I love this theme. Oh man, what did you miss? Oh boy. Kay fell off a building. And we won't find out why in for a very long time. But it's okay. Yeah, case 3, absolutely fantastic. Great case, lots of feels, really well thought out murder. But like how everything tied together. God, I was so confused about the overall of what was happening for so long. Like I was putting the pieces together, but I couldn't figure out, like, no idea about the whole sculpture and weirdness that was happening. But it was really good. I really enjoyed it. I like how it tied together. Very feelsy. And it was really cool to play as Gregory as well. He's such a great character. Oh man. Yeah, really needed a Gregory backstory. That was really cool. Okay. I am going to host up my good friend Semi No Lemon Stars. Thank you all for watching. So as I said, next weekend it's no Ace Attorney. It's going to be the 4:30 Emblem speedrun, which I'm very excited. And this is just going to be one stream of that. It's going to take 24 plus hours. It's going to be great. But the weekend after, Saturday and Sunday, we'll be doing Case 4. I'm very excited. So that's going to be on the 26th, 27th. But you guys are great. Go watch Semi. He's doing his first ever playthrough of Twilight Princess. And he's enjoying it a lot, I think. I am going to go get some food. I'm going to get some sleep. But it was a fantastic 16-hour stream. Look at that. Time flew by. It's great. Have a great week. And I'll see you guys on Saturday for a fantastic stream. You guys have a good night, everybody. Take care. Bye.